This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
Huh? It's a house!
They're far away, the dogs. Oh well. What's going on, everybody? That's right. We got the new goal at the top and the super freak. It's still Peter from earlier today. Yeah, all right, so let me, I gotta do this. I'm gonna spin for 2 notebooks because I didn't get to do it during the end of last night's show. So these are the people from last night's show, and we're just gonna shuffle it, and here's 2 different notebooks. Here we go. And one of them's Paul Ayers. All right. Scout and Jude just barely got past there. Looks like he'll get one right here. There you go. Scout and Dude, you won one of the blue notebooks. All right. Very cool, very cool. All right. So make sure you send that over. Hey, thanks, K-Me. Yeah, so let's see. On tonight's show, we're going to be doing this guy named Beau Mann. He disappeared. Cairo told me about it. And then also there's this. The second part's going to be about Delphi, and just kind of addressing the, well, first playing a documentary video that was put out there by Fig. Let's see. Yeah, I'll make sure I say it. Fig Solves. It's a YouTube channel, and they put it out there. They got permission to do it, and he gave me permission to review it here and go over it. It's not really. It's like part of a documentary from 2019 with this lady who writes books. So we'll go over that on the screen here, and then well, they're probably you guys. Let's talk about this case right here. All right. Yeah. So we're going to be going over that, and then we'll discuss some of the craziness regarding the images. These wacko YouTubers out there. I mean, they really are. They're crazy people that are doing YouTube videos, but they know that they have a lot of really gullible people that watch their show and believe all the wacky conspiracy stuff. When it all goes to trial, they're all going to be proved to be fools, every one of them. However, they'll just claim it was another cover-up to hide the fact that they were completely misguided. Okay? That's how it works. Yeah, so anyways, I see people jumping in with the Daybell stuff that nobody wanted to really follow during it, and now we're talking about it now. So there apparently is going to be a stream of the verdict at some point, but the jury didn't come up with a decision. That just means they're going over 6 weeks worth of shit, and they probably all decided, we think she's guilty, and they'll just take the night to think about it, and then early in the morning tomorrow there'll be a guilty verdict. Right? That's what's going to happen. And thanks, Kami, for your attempted wave, but it didn't. There was no other waves. It felt like one of those ones that Amber Maiden tries to do. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be tomorrow. There's no way. I mean, it's obviously she's part of a conspiracy to commit murder. You know, but there are really a lot of dumb people out there, so you never know what a jury might come up with. Thanks, Danielle. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to go straight into this case here. Beau Mann. I guess it's been out there for a while. People have made YouTube videos on it. But they found his body recently, and it's just kind of a weird scenario. So I'm just going to go through these newspaper articles from when he went missing and forward. Thanks, Georgina. So I'm going to go back to 2021. Thanks, Eugenie. That was funny. Got my air conditioning going, so it might be a little louder. We'll probably turn off a little bit. Yeah, look at that. I mean, I was thinking that because I know a lot more people that have the coronavirus right now than they had it before. Hey, thanks, Cali Gal 3. There we go. Oh, Eugenie in there. It's on my other computer too. They all do the same thing. Thank you. Let me go turn the audio off. Yeah, I'm not sure why Peter. Let me check something. I gotta fix something. He shouldn't be on there anymore. He should have lost. Hold on one second. All widgets. This is the. Yeah, there it is. Stream boss. He should have been out of there. Oh, well, it looks like it's funny because on my over here it's Caligal 3. It's odd. It's very weird. Okay. Hold on a second. Alright. I think it might work now. I'm not sure what was going on there. Pretty strange. Pretty strange. Alright. Gonna get started. And here we go. So this is back in December 29th. It happened, I think November 30th is when this guy named Beau Mann went missing. So this is way back then. So this is back in 2001, this article here. So man 39 who had been missing since late November. Man was last seen wearing a blue baseball cap, dark sweatshirt, dark pants, and black shoes on November 30th at around 2 p.m. So this is just right in the middle of the day at a convenience store at the 1100 block of Ventura Boulevard. So let's check that out. I gotta open up, I had to reboot my computer, so there's stuff that normally is just open, isn't open. Yeah. So the way it works now, you guys, at the top of the screen, you see the goal. That's the amount that I normally try to raise every single night. And you can see it yourself now instead of me saying it. So you're aware of what's going on. That's the only, that number at the top of the screen is what allows us to get to the goal each month to be able to do what we do. All right, because I pay taxes and I give over 50% of my revenue to various charities. Yeah. Now you got to zoom in then. I mean, I can make it bigger, like, something like that. I don't really know. There you go. Right there. Let me get down to the part here. Okay. So there's 3 different 7-Elevens that I found. There was one that I thought it was because there's a wall that you see him walking by. But now that we have the address, so 1100 Ventura Boulevard. Was that what they said, or was it 11? No, 11,000. Okay. I was going to say that didn't. Yeah, okay, so good. It's this one right here. And that's the one that I thought it was at the very end, because it had a certain look on the on a shot that I saw of it. Okay, so it's this 7-Eleven right here. Well, thanks, Kubi and Tani Lee. Yes, Caligal 3 should have been on the Super Freak there, but I had to reset it. Not sure why it didn't work. But alright, so he was at this 7-Eleven right here. He may have also been wearing a backpack. He is described as a white man weighing about 220 pounds with brown hair, blue eyes, and is about 5'10". Mann is the founder of the social media community. There's somebody else with your same name, Susie Clue, or they might have Q on there. They're just they have Susie Q, I think, in the Delphi chats. They're absolutely nuts. Let's see. So we got he may have also been wearing a backpack. He's described as a white man weighing about 220 pounds with brown hair, blue eyes, and is about 5'10". Mann is the founder of the social media community Sober Grid, which was created for recovering addicts. Chewbacca! Kathy Chabin. Thank you.
I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
And now she's the super freak. Mann is the founder of a social media community, Sober Grid, which was created for recovering addicts after suffering with addiction when he was younger. Mann created Sober Grid in 2016 to provide safe space for also suffering from substance abuse. Sober Grid has become successful in touching thousands of lives across 117 countries. According to the company, Mann texted. So here's what's kind of weird. So it says, let's see, acting CEO Sober Grid. Now a member of our team is missing. We're asking our community for their help. According to the company, Mann texted 911. I didn't even know you could do that. Shortly after leaving the convenience store where he was last seen. Those with information are encouraged to reach out to the LAPD. So he texted 911. So he's in here just right in the daytime. Probably something looked just like this. Now I was wondering if that was the brick wall that he was walking by with the bushes, but they were so much higher. It could just be the time of year that this was taken. But yeah, there's surveillance footage we'll see later where, or just a still frame, it's not really footage. Okay, so right here, this is now January 5th, 2022, just like a week after that. It says the last time Amy Mann saw her son was on a security video as he was walking out of a 7-Eleven in Los Angeles, loaded down with a heavy backpack, a bag of ice, so he picked up ice to go use somewhere, and several other items he had purchased. The moment from November 30th, 2021 is preserved and she has watched it over and over, hoping to spot something that might lead her to her son, who has been missing since that day. Beau Mann, 38, had returned to his apartment and to work at Sober Grid, a company that managed the app he built to support others in recovery. He had spent Thanksgiving in Texas with his siblings, both from Massachusetts, and arrived in LA on November 29th. This is in the Telegram.com. Nothing seemed unusual, his mother said, adding that her son's assistant had picked him up and brought him to his apartment from the airport. His homecoming, a quick trip out for what looked like some takeout food, and a visit from a friend that evening were all captured on security camera, she said. So he was engaged. He's a gay man. He was engaged to somebody. The next morning, the camera again recorded, and he left home on foot and visited a coffee shop. Something normal for Beau, who smoked cigarettes and drank caffeinated drinks often. He enjoyed coffee and Diet Dr. Pepper. At 2 p.m., the 7-Eleven camera captured him as he hefted a large backpack off, and so that must be that wall across the street. You'll see it when we get to the shot. We'll go back and check, but I think those bushes just got higher. He packed his bag and left the store at 2:06 p.m. with a large icy fountain drink in one hand and a bulky plastic store bag in the other, and a bandana covering the lower part of his face as a mask. It's believed he climbed into either an Uber or a Lyft, because less than 10 minutes later a text came from his cell phone and went to 911. The message indicated he was in an Uber but gave no more information about why he might need help. Police reached out to him twice and got no response, Mann explained. When family members hadn't heard from him and work colleagues didn't know where he might be, a missing person report was filed. And so that's the picture right there. It's small, but you can see it, right? There's a sidewalk. He's got the scarf, a backpack. Apparently he has a drink with him, the blue hat, and then there's a wall here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 brick height worth of a white wall there, and then there's this grass thing at the top, and then there's these taller bushes. And so that's what I was wondering, if that's it over here, but just a different time of year. So let me go down here. So there's a 7-Eleven, so it would be filming across the street. And he's walking, maybe he's, I don't see the tree or anything, but man, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So maybe it doesn't have the 7th, but it looks just like that. It's very close to that, and there's really nothing else around that could be possibly it. So I don't know if that's it, but, if you go into the 7-Eleven parking lot here, there's definitely nothing around that looks like that. There was another 7-Eleven that did have a wall that sort of looked like that, but there's really nothing here. So the only thing that made sense was it being way over there. Over here or over here, but now that we, you look at that wall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there's more than we could count over here. So who knows? Anyways, that they're saying that shot is from the 7-Eleven right there. Let's see. So we're going to go over the app again. Let's see. He told me he would come to this Christmas. The app was born right in my living room, Amy Mann said from Oxford. Well, that must be the sister. Let's see. I don't really want to read too much about the app at this point. Let me see this. Mann said one thing she recalled was that Beau was planning to meet up with a man he had become acquainted with recently. That man is Blake Brown. Brown said in a telephone interview that he had done some work for Beau and stayed at his apartment sometime around August. He said, so he went missing November 30th. He said the two were not dating, but were friends with benefits. Yeah. Well, he's engaged, though, which he described as Beau allowing him to stay at his apartment with him for a time. He told me he would come home this Christmas. He never forgets their birthday or Christmas. Thanks, Amber Maiden. She's using reverse psychology, everybody. This is not a wave, she said.
This is not a wave.
The men met online, and Brown said Mann had been hitting him up via text messages wanting to hang out, but he was in Las Vegas when Mann returned to L.A. from Texas. He said he hadn't heard from Mann since about the time he seemingly disappeared, and he has been using Google to see if his friend turns up. I'm hoping that he's just walking around crazy. He said, adding that the situation is seriously strange. It frightens him, and he wonders if Mann had a secret that no one knew about. Brown said that despite exchanging text messages with Mann not long before he disappeared, the police have not spoken with him. Another close friend said she was wondering why police aren't prioritizing the case, which is the impression Beau's friends and family have gotten. LAPD did not return a call from a reporter seeking information on the case. Beau's friend said the passing time is making it harder and harder for Mann's family and friends to keep hope alive. Even if they received the worst news, they would have at least some answers, she said. Hey, Bama Forever, I think I covered that case. I thought it sounded familiar, so I sent you the link to the video. Thank you, Amber and Amy Peterson. Amy Mann said she believes someone may have harmed her son, though he can't imagine why. She said he only just started taking his salary from the company, and if someone harmed him for money, they'd likely not get much. Maybe she thought someone saw the computer fall from his bag and wanted them. She runs through the theories. Some plausible... What computer, though? I don't remember that being mentioned. Is that... Oops. No, that's not it. What happened to the... Okay. I don't know. I don't remember them mentioning a computer, so... she believes Beau had recently ended a long-term relationship and noted that he had been... Oh, so that's interesting. Because there's a guy that's claiming that he is like the fiancé and they were supposed to get married. He had been working hard at being less easy to take advantage of, even saying no on a few occasions during a trip she took with him to Aruba, which left her surprised. Beau, she said, has a good reputation, has helped many people. She's hoping that is enough to encourage others to help him now to find him and get him home safely. Alright, so this is just going back through time, sort of as it was happening. Now we're in May of 2022. A California man vanished after sending a text to 911, and his friends and family are hoping to unravel the mysterious disappearance. Beau Mann, 35, was last seen November 30th after an Uber had dropped him off at 7-Eleven on Ventura Boulevard. Security footage shows Mann leaving the store at 2:06 p.m., carrying a heavy backpack, his purchases from the convenience store, and a bag of ice, according to the Worcester Telegram and Gazette. Less than 10 minutes after the footage captured him leaving the store, Mann sent a text to 911, so that's likely the time he's being driven, that indicated he was, there you go, he was in an Uber, but provided no other information. So he's sending a 911 text while he's sitting in an Uber. Los Angeles police officer Jill Calhoun, who is investigating the case, confirmed to Dateline that the LAPD received a 911 text from Mann that afternoon. According to her, several attempts were made to contact him via that correspondence, but Mann never replied. The Uber is definitely being investigated, she said, declining to provide any further details other than to say there were pending search warrants in the case to get cell phone records. This is in Oxygen.com here. It is unclear what happened to Mann in the hours or days that followed when Jason Abate, a man who described himself as Mann's fiancé, see, that's kind of weird now, where'd he come from, was unable to reach him for several days. He called police to request a welfare check. Abate, who lives in Michigan, told Dateline he was told that someone local would need to go meet police at Mann's apartment, so he arranged for Mann's assistant to meet the officers. When they went inside the apartment using the assistant's key, they found no sign of the missing man, and a formal missing person report was filed on December 4th. Abate had spoken with Mann after the later return from a Thanksgiving visit with the family on November 29th. He told me he loved me and he wanted to adopt children with me, Abate said. It's so weird, too, because he was seeing this other guy, and the sister thought he ended a long-term relationship. The next morning, Mann's mother, Amy Mann, told Telegram and Gazette Mann headed to a local coffee shop on foot to work on his business, an app known as Sober Grid. The app, which he had called his baby, helped people in recovery find nearby resources or meeting to help them maintain sobriety. Abate said Mann had struggled with substance use himself early in his life and wanted to help other people. I don't want to sound overly dramatic, but he's kind of changed the world, he said. Abate believes Mann's disappearance is linked to that Uber ride and said that while looking through Uber records, he noticed that the trip had been ended at 2:35 p.m. So he got it 2:06 to 2:35 at Berkeley Street in Santa Monica, although he said no one saw Mann at the location. That should make everybody nervous, he said. But Calhoun said despite the text to 911, police do not suspect foul play in the disappearance. A representative from the ride-sharing app also told Dateline that no incident connected to the ride was ever reported to the company. There are also some discrepancy in reports about Mann's dating life at the time of his disappearance. Well, here you go, right? While Abate told Dateline the couple had planned to get married in June of 2022, Mann's mom told the local paper in January that she believed their son had ended a long-term relationship. I see. That was cool because we read it in a row and we already realized the discrepancy there. She said at the time of the disappearance she believed her son was supposed to be meeting up with an acquaintance named Blake Brown. Brown, who described his relationship with Mann as friends with benefits, told the paper he had done some work for Mann and occasionally stayed in his apartment. He said Mann had reached out to him after returning from Texas, but he was in Las Vegas at the time. I'm hoping that he's just walking around crazy, he said. Those who know Mann are now urging police to continue to search for Mann. Okay, that was May 5th, and May 12th, there he is right there. 39 years old, last seen November 30th. Case information, 39-year-old Beau Mann was last seen in Los Angeles, California, November 30th, 2021. He disappeared after leaving 7-Eleven convenience store. Beau Mann was born on February 21st, 1982, in Post, Texas. After his parents' separation, he grew up moving between his father's house in Texas and his mother's in Massachusetts. Mann suffered from substance abuse issues and entered recovery at age 23. As a result, he went on to found Sober Grid in 2016, a social community app that provides support for recovering addicts. So the disappearance in late November 2021, Mann flew to Texas and spent Thanksgiving with his family and siblings, both from Massachusetts. On November 29, 2021, Mann returned from his trip and was picked up by his assistant at the Los Angeles International Airport. That evening, Mann went out for takeout food and had a visit from a friend at home. He spoke to his boyfriend on the phone before going to bed and mentioned that his car wasn't starting. On November 30th, 2021, Mann left home on foot and visited a coffee shop. At 2 p.m., Mann was captured by surveillance video shopping at 7-Eleven convenience store located at 11007 Ventura Boulevard in Studio City. At some point, he was seen repacking his large backpack when some contents fell out. At 2:06 p.m., Mann left the store with a fountain drink in one hand and a bulky plastic store bag in the other, containing a bag of ice and several other items he had purchased. Mann allegedly picked up the Uber vehicle after leaving the store at 2:15 p.m. A text containing in Uber Gray was sent to 911 through the emergency alert. In Uber Gray, what does that mean? A text containing in Uber Gray. What, are you talking to me? I don't even know what that means. In Uber Gray. Huh. I mean, that's what he texted the 911. In Uber. I wonder if he meant something else. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, what? I hadn't seen that. Was sent to 911 through the emergency alert system within the Uber app before his phone went off. Mann never made it back home and has never been heard from again. A few days later, authorities conducted a welfare check at his apartment upon request by family members and work colleagues who hadn't heard from him, but Beau Mann was nowhere to be seen. On November 4th, 2021, Mann's assistant filed a missing persons report. According to the Los Angeles Police Department, a 911 text received from Beau Mann's phone on the afternoon of his disappearance. They made several attempts to contact him, but never replied. He never replied. The Uber driver told authorities that Mann was dropped off at his apartment, but no signs of him were found on surveillance cameras that afternoon, nor any evidence that he ever reached his apartment. That's interesting. The Uber app records show that Mann was dropped off on Berkeley Street, a residential area in Santa Monica, California, at 2:35 p.m. No incident was reported to Uber that day. Since Beau Mann's disappearance, there's been no activity on his phone or social media. His vehicle was found parked in the garage of his residence. According to his mother, Mann was recently acquainted with a man named Blake Brown, whom he met online and worked with. The man, who described their relationship as friendly with benefits, previously stayed at Mann's apartment for some time in August. Upon returning from Texas, Mann reportedly texted him to meet up, but he was staying in Las Vegas at the time. I mean, I gotta keep going through these in order, though. So there's another one on May 18th, back at last year. Thanks, Cindy. Definitely not like last night in here. It seemed as though 39-year-old Beau Mann had a lot to look forward to, which makes November's disappearance all the more puzzling. What is this? Oh, that's a whole different... Okay, wow, what the hell was that? This Delphi link in here. This is on News Nation. It says, we can confirm that there was a 911 text that was received at a 911 center dispatch call center, and they did make an attempt to contact him to get more clarification on what that request was. LAPD officer Jill Calhoun said, but there was no response. And I sent out your guys' blue notebooks today. So that's good. Just so you know. Alright, so it says you're not going to bring melting bag of ice. So that's sort of an interesting thing, right? Like he bought a bag of ice to obviously consume somehow. Thanks, Tracy. So it says you're not going... Okay, Abate said the ice is evidence something happened to man that was out of his control. You're not going to bring a melting bag of ice into an Uber unless you're going home, and that's where he was scheduled to go. Police said an Uber dropped him off at the Ventura Boulevard store at around 2 p.m. that day. Surveillance footage confirms he purchased a few items before walking off in a blue baseball cap. He never made it back to his Brentwood apartment. The text man sent to 911 did not include the word help, according to police. So I think we saw it earlier. Police know that, but I don't want to keep reading that message over and over again because it's going to be like, just like the Debbie Collier one. We'll come up with all kinds of reasons. He meant to put like grave danger instead of gray, right? Yeah. Police knew he was picked up by an Uber from the store. According to Uber, Mann's trip ended that day with no incident report to the company. They directed further questions to law enforcement. Obviously, there are certain things that I can't share. What we do know is that he was picked up from the 7-Eleven. He requested an Uber ride from 7-Eleven on Ventura, and then according to the ride, he was dropped off in the area of Berkeley Street in Santa Monica. One worry family and friends have in the possibility that sex trafficking had something to do with Mann's disappearance. Really? There has been activity on Mann's phone since his disappearance. Mann is the founder and CEO of Sober Grid, a support network. Yeah, we've gone over that. Let's see. Abate believes Mann's drug abuse stemmed from the struggles that come with being a young gay person. In starting Sober Grid, Abate said Mann was fulfilling a desire to help other people in similar situations. His surrogate mother of 20 years, Sandy Eggers, served on the Sober Grid board and was the first person Mann told he was gay. It's been draining, just draining. I go to bed thinking about Beau. I wake up thinking about Beau. All kinds of theories and possibilities that we've explored. Police are hoping to obtain images from around the time Mann went missing or information on any possible sightings. If you could snap a photo of him from a distance, and that way we can compare and see. So they're just still looking for him at this time. Then in April of this year, remains found of California man Beau Mann, last seen in November of 2021. I think what the crazy part is where he was found. Okay. On May 8, 2023, the Santa Monica Police Department announced that Beau Mann has been found dead. Beau was featured last year in Dateline Missing in America series. Dateline spoke with Jason Abate, who said he was Beau's fiancé. Jason told Dateline he last spoke to Beau on November 29, 2021, and everything seemed fine. The next day, on November 30th, the 41-year-old was spotted around 2 p.m. at a convenience store. It's obviously 7-Eleven on Ventura Boulevard. Family and friends worried when they hadn't heard from Beau for a few days. On December 4th, 2021, he was reported missing. In May of 2022, Dateline spoke to Officer Jill Calhoun with the Los Angeles Police Department. Officer Calhoun told Dateline that Beau was dropped off by an Uber on November 30th, 2021 at a 7-Eleven on Ventura Boulevard in Studio City, and that their office obtained security footage from that day. Jason Abate told Dateline that he was able to gain access to Beau's Uber records from that day. He said they showed Beau being dropped off at the 7-Eleven in Studio City around 2:05 p.m. and then showed Beau as dropped off on Berkeley Street in Santa Monica at 2:35 p.m. It is believed that at some point during that time period, Beau sent a text to 911. Well, they would have the precise time, right? Officer Calhoun told Dateline that the LAPD received a 911 text from Beau on November 30th and that several attempts were made to contact him. At the time, Officer Calhoun told Dateline that the Uber Beau was in that day was being investigated, but that foul play was not suspected. Now, nearly a year and a half later, Beau's remains have been found. According to a press release on April 25th, the Santa Monica Police Department received information that human remains were found in the courtyard of an abandoned property in the 2900 block. So I was able to find all this stuff. I mean, the exact location. It took a while because it wasn't easy. This is on NBC Los Angeles here.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
Hi, Colleen. Well, police say that
Live from Santa Monica. Macy?
Hi, Colleen. Well, police say that this building has been...
Okay, so when she said this building, I knew it was in the 2900 block, right? So we go down to... I put 2900, and I like to do 30 and 3000, not 2900 and then 3000, because you know it's in between that because it's the 2900 block. But anyways, I was looking at where she was standing and kind of what it looked like. So I was down here and I saw this building, and at first I wasn't completely able to tell, but definitely that's the building she's standing by, even though the graffiti is different. So if you look at this and play that,
been fenced off and...
See, like that, you can see there's a door here and then that sort of adobe looking pink.
abandoned for years. Neighbors saying that they're looking forward to the owners.
And everything's the same. I mean, this is absolutely it. There's that. This is down there. This is just a building that has been abandoned. And then after I realized that, I heard other things talking about
knocking it down and building an apartment complex. But now the question is, how did 39-year-old Beau Mann end up in this building, missing for 17 months?
And he was standing here and he said, I found a human skeleton in the back. And he's like, do you want to come see it?
It was a...
Okay, so now I'm looking at this shot. And you can see that there's a building with 2 windows and a more narrow window up there. So can you see that? It's kind of, once you pause it, you can see it probably better like that. See how it's right up there. And so if I take this, go up in the air, and I went around to the alley. And you go right over here first. So where she's standing, thank God there was the Google Earth guy went in the alley here. Another stoned Google Earth driver. So when you're right in this position, you can see right up there that window's right there. So look up there. That's absolutely the same spot, right? See? There's 2 side-by-sides and then a smaller window. And there's a fence. So they're standing right next to this fence here. But here's something that I noticed that I thought was crazy. Because this street view is December 2022. And then right on the fence here is a crime scene tape or something. I mean, it's this caution tape. Right on the same basic area, right? I mean, it's unbelievable, right? And let's go back to this.
Question that took Marcella Stevenson's breath away.
So
That's
I
before he
said
was
I'll
found.
call the police.
Santa Monica police confirmed on April 25th they found human remains in the back of this abandoned building on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Body was found.
Okay, so this spot right here, he says, the body was found right back there. Okay, so when we go back to Google Earth here, we don't really see any of that weird look with the tall grass that they're looking at. So then I went around over here, and then just turn around, and there, it's this spot right here where they're standing in this video. See that? They're just looking over the fence. So it's crazy, but if this was clear, you might even be able to see him back there, strangely. Like he was just found back there. So that's where he's looking, right over that fence.
Right
there.
over here. The police were originally
And see
standing
that,
overtaking.
see that big tree right there in the background? So just to more, further prove it, if you go up in the air, you can see the big tree is right there. So He's just looking right over this fence right there.
Pictures and all that stuff.
Roy Mooneyham was here in the alley when the coroner's office arrived. On Saturday, the coroner's office confirmed the remains belonged to 39-year-old Beau Mann of Brentwood, who'd been missing since November 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Snarky Cinderella.
I was mind blown. I just became numb.
It was the news Mann's fiancé, Jason Abate, had been dreading for 17 months.
It's just so wonderful. I've never felt more love in my entire life than I did when I was with Beau.
According to LAPD,
Yeah, he was
surveillance
out there.
video shows Mann
He had
being
somebody
dropped
else.
off at a 7-Eleven in
So there's that picture. You can't really pause it though.
Studio
without
City
taking the
around
colors.
2:05 p.m. Then 30 minutes later, he took an Uber ride to 1338 Berkeley Street.
Yeah, so that must be where he lives, because he took an Uber ride to his house, and I have that. So look how crazy this is. The Uber ride is right here. This is 1338 Berkeley Street. He's dropped off here. That's where he lives. And then he's found dead right there. I mean, we're talking, what, 200 or 300 yards maybe? Yes, only 200 yards, basically, as a crow flies, right where he was found. You know, it's interesting, too, because if you get here, I mean, this is an alley here. He lived right there, right? Now, if you go down this alley, this direction, look at that again. What's going on with this? There's that crime scene tape again. This is December of 2022. I mean, I'm not sure if that's just purely caution tape or what that is, but it is pretty odd. Yeah, and that's one of the things I was going to bring up, but is that you would think that people in the neighborhood would have smelled decomposition a long time ago. So, boom. Like, oh, there it is. Yeah, so it's just right down there down at the end of that alley, crossing one street is where he lives. So did he get home and then somebody do something to him and then throw him back here? I mean, it just seems, I don't think he went and killed himself, but it's also weird that he sent a message from the Uber that to 911 as if something as bad is happening. So the Uber driver to me seems like the biggest possibility, because he's the one that was driving when he sent that message, and how do you know that he dropped him off at that right spot there? I mean, this is so close that you could just say, oh yeah, I dropped him off at his house, but not really. You put him over here, but what was the motive for him to, what would his motive be? Yeah, so pretty weird, pretty weird. Very strange story, you know. He's walking around, you know, this is the middle of the day too, everybody. This isn't like 2:45 a.m. This is 2:45 p.m. where there's likely just many, many people walking around, because it's a city, a huge city with people walking around. You know, I don't really, this is a really strange one. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if he was put there later, though. You know, maybe something happened at his apartment, and then in the middle of the night, somebody drove him down that alley and put him there, right? So somebody was waiting for him at his house when he got dropped off. So that's another possibility. But then again, why was he texting 911 inside the Uber? I mean, doesn't that just make it obvious that something bad was happening regarding the Uber driver? And he had that ice, right? So he got ice for a reason. He was going to go take it home. But why did he go all the way over to that 7-Eleven to get the ice and stuff? You know? Why did he take an Uber all the way to that 7-Eleven, shop, then call another Uber and come all the way home? I'm sure there's a place closer to here. Maybe those are the closest 7-Elevens. I don't know, though. They're like 19... Let me see how many miles at it. Hold on. As a crow flies. Yeah, 10 miles, probably like 12 driving. Got to be something a little closer than that. That's not his house. Well, that's where he said he was being dropped off at, right here. So why did he get dropped off at that address then? They said he was being dropped off at his house. So I figured that's where that would be his house. But so what is it then? When you type in a sentence, yellow jelly bean, fill in the sentence. How do you know it was a drug house? Yeah. So let's see, he died of fentanyl overdose and they panicked and dumped him somewhere. Okay, well, that's the 7-Eleven that's mentioned in all the articles. Anyways, I'm going to move on to a different story now. I don't want to spend 6 hours just guessing and, just randomly throwing something out. I'm using the 7-Eleven that was mentioned in the articles. I found another 7-Eleven that had a wall that actually seemed more likely, but it was farther away. But as you can see up there, everybody, we've got the... I hope this show is as interesting as last night's. Last night was totally different. Maybe the game was only fun for one day, and then it was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think it's like the Uber driver. I don't know. When somebody says it's a drug house, how do we know it was a drug house? Anybody come up with that? I think he was asked to meet someone and had concerns. Why would he do that, though? Nobody would do that, Ms. Swagger. Oh, I have concerns. Let me send a text to 911 before I even go meet the person. Why not just tell... If you're concerned enough to type a 911 message, wouldn't you just not go there and tell the Uber to take you somewhere else? That doesn't make any sense. I think there's just people, I don't know where you're coming up with that it's a drug house. It doesn't say that in any articles. Thank you, Tito. No, they didn't say any. What difference does it make what color the Uber is? I mean, they might know what color it is, but I mean, for us, like, what are we going to do with that? Let's see. Hey, Jane from the country. Yeah, he was saying, he spelled it G-R-A-Y. He was talking to me, Zoza. What was the exact sentence, by the way, or phrase that he typed in? Thanks, Annie. Later, hair down, D. Okay, I'm gonna switch stories now. We can kind of revisit this one another time, but I don't really want to sit there and just keep guessing and just like, oh, hey, what about? To me it looks like, he sends something in the Uber that he was scared. Obviously he typed something 911. So that would make it seem like something that the Uber driver was doing made him scared. Not that, oh, the place I'm about to go is going to be really scary. This Uber driver, though, might be... What if there's Uber drivers out there? I don't know if it's a real thing or not, but Uber drivers that are sort of drug connected, and you kind of call the same one every single time, and they take you to different places, all under the guise of just being another Uber driver. Who knows, right? So maybe the Uber driver was some kind of connection that he had, and it seems like something, the Uber vehicle, while he was in there, he felt nervous enough to text something to 911. So if I was betting on something, I would say that the Uber driver had something to do with why he was missing. That's what I would say. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna, and then after that, you just feel like, I mean, we don't know how in the hell his body got back there, behind a fence. It looked like there was an opening in the fence, though, that you could kind of drag a body. The building was pretty much condemned. So, you know, this whole area here, I think is going to be knocked down. I don't know about that. Whoa, Jesus, I just flew through the earth. That was absolutely crazy. And, you know, his body's found back there. And we saw it on the video. That's exactly where it is. Right back there, not here. That was where they were standing. And he's found dead 2 years later. So was he there the whole time? That's something investigators would have to find out by looking at the ground around him. You know, had the plants grown up and around him? He was just a complete skeleton at that point. So when he was found, he was just a skeletonized body. Yeah, which is really, you know, here's what doesn't make sense is why didn't police, again, bring a dog over and see if it picked up a scent? It might have went straight to there. Because it's just like 2 blocks away, maybe 4 from where he dropped off here. 1, 2, 3, you know, like almost 4, 3 1/4. Yeah, there had to have been decomposition there. Yeah, well, that's because we have too much crime in our country based on political decisions. I don't know, I wasn't able to find this guy, Beau. I couldn't even find his name in California. There was Beaus out there, but it wasn't him. Same full name and everything. I mean, it was Beau Mann. There was like 8 of them. I mean, man, I thought that was going to be 1 in a million shot there. What for, Ms. Swagger? That neighborhood is nasty. If a body could rot and no one noticed. Feel like he wasn't there the whole time. Yeah, I think it's possible somebody placed him there later, but it's also possible he was there the whole time because he was skeletonized. It's literally possible, and it was a building that hasn't been open for a long time, so. Yeah, we don't know, Miss Swagger. Okay, we don't know about that. We're just kind of spitballing thoughts. Yeah. Okay, you know what we're doing right now, you guys? We're right back where we were last night. I'm just going to go with the information that was in the articles, and that's it, okay? These guys are, you know, we're talking NBC, these big, you know, 48 hours type shows and everything. I'd rather just go with that instead of listening to random people in the chat pretending they've sleuthed out and solved the whole case, okay? So to me, it's just like last night's show where we don't really have factual information, just sort of from people. I think the factual information in this case is are in the articles. They have the timeline, they have surveillance footage, the part where you're not 100% sure is, you know, what proof is there that the Uber driver actually dropped him off? And we don't have that. Right. Well, you're repeating interviews that don't exist in the articles that I'm talking about. When you say it was a drug house. Right. Thanks, Danielle. And also, you guys, if you're new here and you haven't been here before, every night on this channel, you try to raise funds. We got the little bar at the top of the screen The number I have it set at is sort of the typical night, because the way it works on my channel is that I donate over 50% of the net revenue to charities, and so far this year we've given $20,000, 62 last year, 42 the year before, and 22 the year before that. So we're at 140, right around $147,000 to true crime related charities, and the only way to kind of keep that going is for your support. There is no ad revenue on true crime live streams. Okay, there's none. Okay, so it's you guys. So if you feel like I do a good job, and you can tell that I work hard to put all this stuff together, then I'd appreciate your support, and you could use the tip goal up there as the barometer. Okay, I'm not sure what else to do. It's strange how it's so different day to day in here. Like yesterday was crazy. It was an awesome day. Today, exactly the opposite, with no variance in quality of work. All right, so anyways, here we go. I have it all pinned out for you guys. We just went over this case. Now I'm going to move on to the Delphi documentary that was on Fig Solve's YouTube channel that he's allowing me to play over here. Okay? Right. And that super freak thing up there, there's like a, if you zoom in, you can see the totals there, where every time somebody sends in super chat, it takes away points, and then when somebody's the one that kicked out that person, their image and picture get put up on the screen there. They become the new super freak. Right. Well, I do. I mean, I do think people that just kind of type in and they have all the answers, like, oh yeah, this is the thing, and this is the thing, and this is the thing, and none of that's in any of the articles that are done by, it's likely not going to be reality. Thanks, Frazzled Cat. Yeah, you do, Zozo. If I explained it to you, it made sense yesterday, so don't pretend that it doesn't make sense today.
I'll
Come
get
on.
you back if you want me to.
All right. So, like right there, look. There's 400 hit points left out of 2,500 because Frazzled Cat and Doohickey sent it in there. Now, if somebody sent in $5 right now, it would wipe out all of the hit points for Annie Later Hair Down D, and that person would become the new super freak, starting off with 2,500 hit points, and then as anybody sends something in, it starts reducing them as well, but they could actually put more money in and replenish their own. It's just a way to raise funds here. If it doesn't make sense, don't play. I don't care. I'm sick of explaining it over and over. It's pretty easy. All right. Thanks, Doohickey. And also Frazzled Cat. And Scouting Dude. So like right there, let's see, who did that? I wonder if JP William, so it's probably going to be JP William will knock off, there'll be like 250 left, and then Scouting Dude should take over. Actually, it didn't take off. That's right, that was from before. So let's see how it works. I just want to check. Oh, Annie Later Hair Down D was going to start throwing some more in to build it up, but you're after Scouting Dude, I think. So let's see what happens. I'm kind of curious. I wonder if there's a certain amount of time that if you send it in, because that didn't seem to change her. I guess we'll see later. It's struggling up there. It kind of didn't change it. Weirdness. I think that sometimes if people put it in too fast, it doesn't kick in. Because remember that when Cindy on the other show, during the trial, she put it in there and it wiped it out? What is that? No, it doesn't have to be a super sticker. Although I wonder if super stickers make it so it doesn't work. I don't know. Well, thanks, Frazzle Cat. Let's see. Let me see what it looks like. Oh, yeah. But that one actually just... Annie laid her hair down D, replenished herself, so it finally kicked in there. There you go. And then let's see what happens when... So there's Jim Long. Anyways, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
What the hell is a gigawatt?
What is a gigawatt? 21 gigawatts! Yeah, that's... Jim Long. Ms. Swagger. Thank you. But I tell you what, Miss Swagger, why don't you email me the stuff that you're talking about, okay? All right, like, and then I'll look at it and then I'll do an update on it. Does that sound good? Yeah, I mean, it helps support my channel, and you know, I've been doing this for 5 years now. It was funny because who said that? Oh yeah, somebody. It was Sybil. She sent me something on Chambers. Remember Jessica Chambers? She goes, "You ever covered that?" And I know that I've talked about Jessica Chambers, but all I could find was the video I made 5 years ago where that ridiculous jury, they came out. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, look at that. Brown-eyed girl took over. You win nothing except happiness, Lively. You just win. It's like a battle. Something you probably wouldn't know anything about it. It is, Sozo. It is. She replenished her numbers. Yeah, it is changing. And as a matter of fact, that's because Annie laid her hair down D, replenished her numbers so she stayed up there. Because if you send a super chat in while you're up there and people have taken away your hit points, it builds it right back up. So there you go. Anyway, so there is Brown-Eyed Girl 714. Let's see. You guys are we at 100? 203. Got another 897 to go for the show. No, the goal on this one, it's what do you mean 100? Are we at 100? Oh. Yeah, so if you think about it like this. If let's say there's 30 days in a month and you bring in $300 a night, right? That would make it 9,000 gross, but then YouTube takes over, you know, they're 30%, so that makes it like 6,000, right? And then you get taxed by the government, so that would leave probably 4,500, and then I'd be able to donate 2,300 or so. Yeah, but we're always over that because we have memberships that get added in there, any ad revenue or anything like that. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't see that, Emma Forever. I think it might have been close to that. I mean, it was 49, 56. I wasn't counting. Anyways, you guys, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, what's going on, Danielle? I'll get to it when I get to it, right? I was trying to get to Delphi, but everyone keeps wanting to talk about the other one. Yeah, you sound like one of the people that just randomly show up and tell me how to get to where to go, and I don't understand that part. Let's see. Whatever they do where you are is what they need to do there. My child was really upset about the whole thing and stayed home today. I don't know what that means. It just changes when the hit points get taken off, Lively. Well, thanks, Mama Forever. Jeez. You always, I mean, my God, you're so generous. But did you get my email? You can go watch that one I made. I don't know if it was, I thought it was pretty good. It was interesting back then. That case. I covered it back, I think, in August of 2022. But thank you. So right now, Bama Forever should easily take out Brown-Eyed Girl and be right at the... Oh, was it any good? I don't remember how that one went. Yeah, what was the name of that one? It was...
We was close enough. Thank you, freaks.
Nancy Eagleton from 1960. So isn't that cool? I'm probably the only YouTuber that when you go through, like I get people saying, great, can you cover this one? I go, yeah, I did that one 10 years ago. No, not 10, but like 2 years ago. Hey, what about this one? Yep, did that one. I even have all the folders for all I can tell you when it was done too. So anyways, thank you guys so much. We're already at the goal. Boom. So thank you very much. Let's switch over now to Delphi. Okay. I'm going to go get my map set up and everything. So. And maybe we can even just sort of look around at different places. So this is the newer map where it has all of the stuff related to Richard Allen. All these times are related to that document, the warrant or whatever the hell it was. And where he worked and where his home is, the Marathon gas station, etc., etc., etc. So Fig solves. Let me play this. So let's do it. I put a little filter on it to make it look a little more dramatic,
What you're about to watch is a documentary
so here we go.
filmed in February and March of 2018.
Gotta turn up the audio.
This documentary takes an investigative look at the Delphi murders. The interviews within have never been seen before.
So I think this might be like part of it because I don't know if this was like actually the time code, but you can tell it sort of jumps around. So is it part of it or are these the takes that they used in it? I don't know.
I think of what the last half hour of those girls' lives were like. Nobody should have to go through that.
Two years ago, 2 teenagers were brutally murdered in the woods. The killer has not been caught.
I've never seen a death certificate.
And the link is in the description for his channel and checking out this video.
Seen a police report.
There's not going to be a graduation. Poor grandbabies.
Oh, look at that's her laying there. That's this lady that's talking. I didn't even see that the first time. She's laying on that. I think that's platform number 2, I think.
Silence is deafening around here.
So why am I lying on a rotted out train trestle in Delphi, Indiana, 80 feet in the air in the dead of winter?
See, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just kind of skipped around. It looked pretty interesting. I mean, I watched like 20 minutes of it. So now it's going to be good to watch the whole thing.
Because to understand what might have happened to Liberty German and Abigail Williams on February 13th, 2017, I need to imagine the last moments of their lives.
But this story doesn't start here, so let's rewind. My name is Hannah Shakespeare. I'm a television and feature film writer. I've been in the business for the last 25 years, and I've made a career of plotting murder mysteries. And I focus primarily on crime shows and work for some of the top television companies in the world. When I read a story about a true crime in the press, what interests me is not what's being said. What interests me is in what's not being said. And I can tell you where the things are being omitted. And that tells me that there's an injustice that exists there, and it bothers me. I mean, I can't live with it. So a couple of years ago, British newspapers were claiming that they couldn't identify a dead man in northern England, and I found that odd given the digital age. So because I'm nosy and I can't live with things that don't add up, I got on a plane and I went to England. So when I got there and started digging, miraculously, I did what the authorities claimed they couldn't do. I found out the identity of the dead man. Solving that mystery in England was really the spark that told me I have to do this for the rest of my life.
I just want to get in and get out.
I'm nosy.
Why are you saying that?
I'm insistent. I will do anything I can to try to get this out. I'm compulsive.
How many feet away is a house?
My last name is Shakespeare.
That's funny. The guy that she was talking to right there, he's actually had a Facebook group.
I just want to get in and get out.
I'm nosy.
Forgot
Why
his
are you saying
name.
that?
I'm insistent. I will do anything I
That's
can
Kelsey
to try to
right
get
there.
this out. I'm compulsive.
How many feet away?
This guy right here, he had a Facebook group. He and I would argue all the time, and he I think he kicked me out. I think he passed away though. There's like 4 people that have passed away that were social media people in the Delphi case, just randomly though. It is kind of stressful though.
Wave is a house.
My last name is Shakespeare. I mean, what tangled webs we weave. I want to untangle webs. It's a compulsion.
Well, this city of 3,000 is on edge. 2 bodies found, no one in custody. Libby German and Abby Williams, the 2 girls missing since 1 o'clock yesterday.
When I saw the headlines, I couldn't get it out of my head. The double murder of 2 teens who went out for a hike on a neighborhood trail and were found dead in the woods the next day.
It's been 2 years with basically no forward movement on the case. The entire community has been really tight-lipped, and
What was put in the papers just didn't add up, according to my understanding as a writer. Right now, there are 3 viable theories on the table. The first is that it was social media generated. They were being stalked or...
So keep in mind, this was done in 2019, before law enforcement finally said, hey, it could be related to social media, with the Anthony Schatz profile. So this is before that, I mean, one of the lessons I learned in this case is that you still should be open-minded to what really happened, even if law enforcement, it's tough for me though, because man, you'd think law enforcement is telling you the reality of it. And maybe it's true that they believed that at one time, because I remember I've talked to Ives about it, and he goes, yeah, we looked at that and we couldn't find anything. And they were even referring to Kagan Klein. It was just way later when they got back all of their subpoenaed information that there was a trail that led back to Libby. But I guess you just still got to keep a possibility of something else instead of just ruling it out, because I would always say, oh, nope. They already said there's no social media connection. And then, boom. That seems like it definitely, in my mind, does. However, if Richard Allen has nothing to do with Kagan Klein, then now you're back to the original story of some random serial killer-like person. But I think Richard Allen and Kagan Klein are absolutely connected.
Catfished. The second is that it's a random killer. There's just some guy that was on the freeway that decided to get off and murder 2 girls. The third is that it's meth related. Delphi has a big meth problem, and meth is cooked in that area, so it's possible they were at the wrong place at the wrong time. My goal in going to Delphi is to debunk the theories that don't add up and get to the truth. It's not going to...
Yeah, the meth story never made sense to me, I'll be honest with you. There's nothing about meth made me think, oh, wow, somebody killed them and then set them up next to a tree, and it just doesn't make any sense.
It'll be fun. I'm going to knock on doors. I'm going to talk to law enforcement, but I got to do it because I need to get more information released to the public. That's what I'm going to do.
So this is sort of exactly as I expected it to be. It's an attractive town. It looks very much like if I were to build a set of small town America with a train going through it and the Victorian houses and the one gas station on the side, this would be exactly it. I mean, I have actually designed towns like this and set stories in it. Only this time it's real. First people I want to speak with are Mike and Becky Patty, Liberty's grandparents. Through all the media coverage, they're the faces I've seen the most. Along with her grandparents, Libby lived here with her sister Kelsey and their father Derek. Hi.
Hello.
Mr. Patty?
Yes?
Hi, I'm Hannah Shakespeare. Well, first of all, I want to thank you very much for meeting me. And I followed the case for 2 years just as an individual. And I think one of the things that's really important is getting a feel for who, you know, your granddaughter was.
Libby was outgoing, flamboyant, wanted to try and do anything and everything that there was to do. She kept us busy all the time. She was very social, lots of friends, very intelligent. Anything that there was going on, yep, I'm in, let me in, I want to go, I want to do it.
Enthusiastic.
Oh, very much so. Lots of laughter in our house.
If you guys could just maybe sort of set the stage for me.
Well, I made it dark like that, you know. Do you ever have anything positive, lively to say? I mean, honest to God, like, I've never seen you come in here and support the channel. It's almost like you're like this, it's just really strange. Yeah, it's a little dark because I made it that way, but you can still see it, right? I mean, I can tell what it looks like on YouTube.
Sunday, Abby came over here. The girls spent the night upstairs. They were painting, and they did the Musically, and they sang songs. I mean, they just, the stuff that they do. They're just
being kids.
And they didn't have school on Monday, so they slept in. They didn't get up till probably 10 or so. Kelsey came down and said, I'm going to go on into work. Well, as soon as Libby heard her say, hey, I'm leaving, she jumped right up and said, hey, can she take us to the trails? And I said, you're going to have a ride home. She said, well, I'll just call Dad. So they left. They left here about 1:30, and Kelsey dropped them off. It was around 1:38. Then Derek called, it was at 3:11, to say, hey, I'm getting close, you guys head up so that I can pick you up. And she didn't answer, so he left a message. And then he got there, and he called again and said, hey, I'm here, where are you? She didn't answer. By 3:30, he calls me.
Like, if you see the original one, it's really muted and everything looks kind of the same. So I chose to put a filter on it to make it things you could see better, even though it's a little darker. Let me go back a little bit.
And said, hey, I'm here, where are you? She didn't answer. And by 3:30, he calls me and said, Mom, Libby's not answering her phone. Will you try calling? By this time, it was getting close to 4 o'clock. And we knew this isn't Libby. And that phone is tied to her hip, you know? She doesn't put that phone down. So we knew right then something wasn't right.
I started walking and looking as well, and then she asked me to call the police. So by this time, friends were calling and people just started showing up, searching. There's flashlights just flashing all over Delphi. Somewhere they kind of called it and said, you know, hey, we need to reconvene in the morning. Got a few hours of sleep, then went back in the morning, and then I overheard on the radio that they potentially found the girls.
My sister come running up to me. She just kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And then that's when we saw the coroner's van go by. There's only one reason that a coroner's van goes by. So at that point in time, without anybody telling us.
So can you believe it? There are these people that make YouTube videos that trash Becky, Mike, Kelsey, never Anna or anybody else, just these guys right here. And they shouldn't be trashing anybody. Okay? I mean, they literally attack them endlessly, day after day, for no reason at all. And guess what, everybody? I am the one that helped manufacture a timeline. We sat around in a dark room one night with candles, just whispering, hey, what if I say this time and you say this one? These people are absolute lunatics. There's like 8 of them now, okay? 8 people making videos that attack the family. They tell you, you know the guy, there's an older guy that looks like Clint Eastwood that says was a detective. He's turned into a lunatic too. He's saying that the image of Abby on the bridge isn't real. It's been photoshopped, and that the bridge guy isn't real either, and he was manufactured and put on the bridge.
That's anything. You can put two and two together. Everything's kind of a blur at that point in time. You're just numb. You're just going through the motions. You go home.
Right, Cindy. Manufactured.
Think of what the last
These guys are
half hour of those girls' lives were like. Nobody should have to go through that, and it makes me angry.
See, here's the thing: is I'm in a unique position to know that they're lunatics because I'm me and I know what the truth is.
Abby was my only child. She was a bright student, well-liked by her friends and her family. She wasn't the most outgoing kid. She was very reserved. She was not a girly girl. Messy buns, she did not go out of her way to dress up for things. She didn't wear a whole lot of jewelry. She wasn't like, get dolled up every day. I remember when I had to make her wear nylons for a wedding.
Can you tell me a little bit about Abby and Libby's friendship?
Abby and Libby had several things in common, having gone to school together for the last several years. They played volleyball together. They were going to play softball together, but they both played saxophone in band. So they sat next to each other during that time. They were pretty close.
Growing up in an area like this, I grew up in an area like this. It's so much fun to be out.
Well, their last day.
Exactly.
That's what it was.
Well,
I
don't want you to know who they're...
They were taking pictures.
See, I don't want you to know who I'm referring to, Marlene. See, that's the whole point. I'm going to talk about it without giving them any advertising, and just to let them know that rational-minded people all think they are idiots. They don't go, well, it's just a different opinion, great. No, listen, these people are clowns. They're the same people that would believe Sandy Hook is fake and do all kinds of stories on that. We never landed on the moon. The earth is flat. Those types of people. And those people are all lunatics, okay? The reality is this is an actual true crime case, not some crazy, wacko conspiracy theory stories with the government all involved and all these different people and so forth. It's going to end up being where at the highest level of conspiracy would be that there literally is a pedophile ring, and Richard Allen was part of it, and he's connected to Kagan Klein somehow through this larger ring, and that's how he even found out that Abby and Libby were going to be there, specifically Libby were going to be there that day. Yeah, it must have been an accident, Lily. Must have been an accident.
We're goofing off. They were outdoors. They were what you always hope to tell your kids. Put the phones and electronics down and go outside.
Investigators knew the approximate location of where Libby and Abby may have gone missing because Libby posted this photo of Abby walking the Monon High Bridge to Snapchat.
Yeah. So this clown, it isn't just one. There's like 8 YouTubers out there that say that this image here isn't real. Yeah, and you know how they talk about it? Yeah, when I saw it, I felt like there wasn't something right about it. I'm not going to get into what it is that doesn't seem right about it, but it just doesn't. I sent it to my other friends these other guys that are Photoshop people, and they thought, wow, yeah, that looks weird too. But we're not going to say why it looked. That means because it doesn't. You don't have. You look at it. If you see something that looks weird, what do? You go, wow, look at this right here, man. This shadow doesn't work. Guess what, everybody? I took, in my 3D program with the date sun time system, I put a figure on the bridge at exactly 2:06, and the shadow is exactly where it should be right there. Well, Gray, they're just master manipulators. Ridiculous.
2:07 p.m.
If I had found out that they had gone out to the train bridge and that she had been on that bridge and walked across it, she would have been grounded the rest of her life. I don't particularly care for the idea of them having walked across the bridge, and if I had heard about that, that would have been the one thing that she'd have been grounded probably a little bit for that.
Did Abby have a phone with her?
No.
That's right, Revenge.
Nope. We had an agreement that
no
when
phone.
she finished 8th grade that she would get one. She negotiated considerably for that.
So going back to the day when the first calls came in that they were missing, it was believable that they could have gotten lost initially?
Oh, absolutely. They were just missing. We were upset.
Yeah, most people would just
We were
think
bothered.
that.
It was cold. I was at the fire department waiting to chew her out as soon as they found her with her jacket, because they were going to be cold. And Pastor Todd came up to me from the building. He was like, "Hey, has anybody talked to you?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "I'm going to need you to come upstairs with me."
I mean, most of the stuff is in the documentary, too, that we... I'm not documentary, but the podcast that we did that was 7 parts on... what's the name of that one? I did 3 Minute Mystery, and the other one is Scene of the Crime, Delphi. Yeah, that had most of this stuff in there.
And they brought me upstairs, and they told me that they had found what they were pretty sure was the girls.
That sucks.
And even then, that wasn't the hardest day of my life. You think something like that, there isn't a day that gets worse than that, but it turns out that the days after that are way worse, because it's everything else that we're not ever going to get.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know what it feels like to have somebody murdered and taken away, but I think after that part, it's still the same. Like, you know, when my brother died, you're in this weird shock phase. I was 20, he was 22. It's the only thing I can refer to, really. And yet you're in this shock phase where you're just like, God, this is ridiculous. Weird. Oh, thank you. She said, "Thanks, Ray, for all your hard work. Hope you're better than you were 20. Than you were 20. Oh, yeah, better than I was before. XX is what you meant. Yeah, I feel better now. I mean, my voice is a little bit better, too. It's not quite as plugged up. But, yeah, you're sort of in this weird shock phase where you're just like, what happened? What happened? Then you realize the gravity of it, like the next day or a few days after that, you realize that you're never going to see that person ever again. And all the things that you loved about that person, that you'll never see those again. And I think it's even worse for a parent than a sibling, because the parent remembers every single detail of when you were born all the way up until that time. And they're sitting around, and all those memories are coming back. She remembers it all, and she realized, and I think that was her only child, if I have that right. And man, it's just, I don't think there's anything worse than that. That's just insane.
There's not going to be
I know what it means,
graduation.
Danielle. You don't have to explain things all the
Or
time.
her first
I
car.
get it. It read 20
college.
off on the audio.
Poor grandbabies. She'd have been a really good mom.
No, she's never gonna. She'll never feel great.
In the days following,
You know, to be honest with you, it took me like 4 or 5 years to sort of be normal-ish. You know, so my mom, it took way longer than that. So I mean, right now Anna's still. You know, what is it? It's been 6 years, so she's got some time to still go. You know, it's tough.
Following the discovery of Libby and Abby's bodies, police released a shocking find. Libby had captured an image and an audio recording of her would-be murderer just moments before her death.
Oh man, sorry to hear that, Bama Forever. Jeez, that's just like my mom, basically. It's terrible.
For reasons we may never know, Libby had the presence of mind to record her killer, and to this day, the evidence she provided is the best we may ever have. I need to know what happened in the woods that day.
You saw the bridge guy coming toward you. Isn't that weird?
When did the police reach out? Never. Law enforcement never contacted me.
The small town just isn't ready for something like this.
Everybody takes this case personally.
It's a horrible crime, and to put yourself in the family's shoes and to put yourself in those girls' shoes to leave the world this way is unbelievable.
I hear the voices of the people affected wherever I go.
I was going to tell Fig Solve. So the thing is when the when the reality of this case comes out and all those wackadoodles that are putting out those crazy videos like Slow Joe and the rest of them, they're going to, it'll just be, wow. They aren't going to believe it. Let's put it that way. They're always going to come up with how that's what they want you to believe. You know, they're never going to accept the fact that they are absolutely wrong no matter what comes out. If they get to see the video itself in court that came from the cell phone, they'll still say that the killer had a laptop with Adobe Premiere on it in the woods and quickly uploaded a picture of the bridge and another one of him walking from another time and then uploaded it on there and then somehow jammed it onto Kelsey's phone. It's unbelievable. What? That's incredible ability there. Oh, there's my clapping. Yeah, I do that.
Difficult to be in Delphi and meet the families and the members of the community without feeling their grief. Their voices echo in my mind, and I wonder which small detail told to me might seem insignificant at first, but then provide the key as to who committed this heinous crime.
Right now, we're going to see the one witness who saw a bridge guy and is actually willing to speak to me on camera. It's a 18-year-old girl from Delphi.
And her eyewitness account helps law enforcement come up with the composite sketch they released to the public.
We believe this person is our suspect.
This teenage girl hasn't spoken to anybody about this case, not the media, not even anybody in the community. And I completely understand why. I mean, let's remind ourselves the killer is still at large.
I'm very nervous this witness may not even show up. I mean, all I can do is hope. I don't see her. This girl is the only one that can place Bridge Guy on the location at a specific time and thereby set the entire crime flow to the murders.
Crime flow, huh? Crime scene flow. She must have watched my videos. Nice.
It's nice to meet you.
Because I invented that.
Can you walk me through the morning, the day, you guys went out there?
No, there's no audio. A good day to go and take pictures of the high bridge because
So you're hanging out down there, and then you were walking away from Monon High Bridge, and you saw the guy that we now know to be Bridge Guy coming toward you.
Oh, that must be one of the three girls that was leaving. So she had this information early, and waved at him slowly like that, and he gave me a rude, yep. But I just wait. Let me go back a little bit and read this stuff. Hold on.
I don't see her. This
I'll read
girl is the only one that can place Bridge Guy on the location at a specific time
this is
and
one of the
thereby
three girls
set the entire crime flow
by the Freedom Bridge
to the murders. That's her.
It's nice to meet you.
Hannah.
Can you walk me through the morning, the day, you guys went out there?
It was really nice out, and the sun was shining, and it was like a good day to go and take pictures of the high bridge because I always take pictures out there.
So you're hanging out down there, and then you were walking away from Monon High Bridge, and you saw the guy that we now know to be Bridge Guy coming toward you.
I think this is one of the people that's in the Richard Allen affidavit. We were out there looking. So that's one of the three girls. We were out there looking at our phones and stuff, and I looked up and I saw him and waved at him slowly and he gave me a rude and unfriendly look. So that's the one he saw at I think it was right around must have been 1:35, 1:40. But I just waved at him because it was a fellow person walking on the trail,
Yeah.
He had a lot of jackets on, and it wasn't a particularly cold, he had a big jacket and a hat, and a thing over his face. Ah, is that what that little white thing is? That little squiggly? Is that a scarf of some sort?
A thing over his face?
God, I hope she says what color it was.
Isn't that weird?
It wasn't cold enough for all that.
As a writer, timeline is always...
It would have all made sense in 2020, though, because it would have been a pandemic. Oh, yeah, he just had a COVID mask.
Really important to me because it helps determine cause and effect of the crime.
I spoke with Libby and Abby's families to...
Hey, by the way, I just want to say, I've been reading some of your comments there. Sorry for all of your losses in there. What a nightmare. Jesus. Parents losing kids, that's about the worst there is.
Get a sense of what the girls were doing leading up to their arrival at the trail. And we know where they were at 2:07 based on Libby's Snapchat post. Jess gave me a timestamp for Bridge Guy's arrival at the trail. But there are a lot of other gaps I need to fill in.
In order to really understand the flow of the crime, I need to walk the same trail that Libby and Abby did the day they were killed. I've called my friend Mike Grasso for a professional investigator's perspective. He spent 35 years with the LAPD as a detective supervisor and worked with the U.S. Marshals on a violent criminal apprehension team. So now we can go through all the locations that we know.
Yeah, I mean, so right here, she's got right there flying right under this bridge that doesn't look like this in real life. That'd be a roller coaster. But yeah, underneath the bridge right there, that's where she is right here.
Know for a fact we can pin. Here, Mike, is where the girls get dropped off, right?
Yeah, so she's pointing at this spot right over here. This is where the girls are dropped off, right across from Mears' property. They're dropped off right here.
Here, this is Mears' property, and that was at...
That's interesting. So she put we had 137 back then. And it actually turns out it's later. It's something like 140. Hold on. Kelsey's car drives by at 149. So it's later. Probably 147-ish. So 10 minutes difference. I guess the timeline that I accidentally came up with, the timeline that I worked with them was off the whole time by 10 minutes. Yeah, Gray, you were trying to trick people.
1:38 in the afternoon. So the girls came this way.
Hey, thanks, Robert.
They walked from here to Monon High Bridge. And then at 2:07, it looks like Liberty, from the point of view of where the shot of Abby was taken, so she was almost across Monon High Bridge on the south side.
Yeah, well, she was
so
off. So Libby was off the end of the bridge. So that's something that we figured out early on. So it would have been cool if people would have referred to some of the stuff that we did, because we figured out that Libby was standing off the end of the bridge because I had a friend, Beth, that went out there and filmed everything, and we could tell by the angle there's this little white nodule that you see by his foot. You can only see it if you're off the end of the bridge and the camera's low. If you're on platform 1, it doesn't look like that. So it was off the end of the bridge, and so Libby's off the end of the bridge, Abby's still on the bridge, and the killer is walking. Now, it's interesting because I think they realized one of the things in here, because they'll show us where they think the bridge guy was.
1:38 and 2:07, the girls walked this trail.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Now, when they got to the south side of the bridge, we don't have the timestamp on the picture of bridge guy that we have.
Right.
So the only way to deduce when he actually got to the bridge is based on the fact that we have a witness.
Well, not really, because you also have the she has the Ron Logan document, and in that document it tells when that the video was taken at 2:13. So that tells you when he is on that side of the bridge anyway.
And the witness puts him at about 2:15. He's just arriving at Freedom Bridge.
So he's got a book.
Yeah, so now that is incorrect, because we now know that it was 1:30. He pulls into the area at around 1. Let's see, let's get the map here. Based on the document. So his car drives by, Richard Allen drives by at 1:27. parks over here probably at 129, 130. Then he walks this direction, and these girls that were at the bench at 126 right here, they're walking this way and probably pass him at 134 or something like that.
To get from there
Wasn't too
all the
something.
way through this trail across that bridge to meet up with them.
See, it wouldn't make sense that the girls passed him at 2:15 because, I don't know. They must have had some of this information at different times because the Ron Logan document says that the killer is at the other end of the bridge at 2:13. So it couldn't have been 2:15 when he ran into the girls. We already know that that's much earlier, like 45 minutes.
So if it's just a product of opportunity, probably would have been caught.
But she has some really good insights back then. It seems like she was pretty accurate. You'll hear later.
By now.
I don't get that logic.
Well, if
Because
it's
they're not so premeditated, or they're...
Exactly. If there's no pre-planning, he would have made such a series of mistakes that would have led the police into a certain direction.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
If Bridge Guy was out for a random kill that day, he had the opportunity when he passed her friends. They were almost the same age as Abby and Libby. So Mike and I are on the same page. This was not a crime of opportunity. It was premeditated.
If this crime was targeted, then I think we have to think about somebody knew when they would be here.
That's all social media. Everyone has the ability to see where you are.
And there's the bridge.
Oh, Christ. All right. I'm getting to a place now where
I think I'd be like
I
that.
can see the river below. It's like 40 feet. I'm going to go to a platform for a second. Oh, God. I mean, just logic would suggest you've got to go with determination and consistently to get across it. So putting your hands in your pocket and seeming to have no concern for whether he's seen, that means that this guy had an arrogance to him. Oh, God. All right, I'm going to go here and rest.
She's on platform 2 right there.
Oh, my God. I need...
Yeah, so that's platform 1. That's actually the one that Richard Allen was standing on when in the affidavit, remember how the one girl comes up, sees him standing on platform 1, then she walks back and passes Abby and Libby?
Go with determination and consistently to get across
So that's
it.
platform 1.
So putting your hands in your pocket and seeming to have no concern.
Well, they didn't really reconstruct the bridge. They just blocked one of it and put some different stuff on it. They added construction to it.
For whether he's seen, that means that this guy
Thanks,
had
Wendy
an arrogance to
Johnson.
him.
You're now.
God. All right, I'm going to go here and rest.
Okay, so this one right here is platform 2. Okay, and it's just a few feet after that is when, maybe 20 feet after that or so, is when Abby took that long shot. Libby took the long shot of the bridge. It's black and white. Okay, and then this platform over here is the one that Libby's standing on when she films back at Abby coming towards her.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to get myself together. This is nerve-wracking. I'm not sure I can get back. I'm sort of halfway stuck. This is a long way from a writer's room.
I think I'd be
in
more scared to
downtown
be on
Los
one of those
Angeles.
platforms, to be honest with you.
So this is south side of the bridge. I want to recreate where Libby was when she took the photo or photos of Bridge Guy.
All right, so you need me to walk out.
So if Libby's standing here, there, stop.
So she's in a good spot. This spot here is not where the bridge guy was standing. He was standing, see this dark piece right here? That's where he was standing. Let's watch the video here. Hold on a second. Where's Delphi in here? I have to just find that file. Where it is, I don't know. Oh wait, I got there it is. Oh, it's over here. Jeez. Oops. Where is it? That's weird. It was ending. There you go. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, see this really dark line right there? That's this one right here. Or wait, what do you got? You can't see the other one, but see that's really dark spot right next to him there? And I have it set up where here's the platform because I used another image. So see how he's already past platform 6 here. Okay, so if we go back over to this image, they have him way back behind. This dark spot here, and maybe even some of these are the right ones. So the camera needs to be set down way low because Libby's standing off the end of the bridge, not on the bridge. She's standing up pretty high, but I would say that the killer's actually right in this area. And I think they sort of figure it out a little bit here in a second.
So I'm going to...
See, this spot is close. So he's probably... now if we take a look at this, let's just pause it here and then go back. I mean, is this interesting to you guys? I don't have to do this part here, but I know you just want to watch it, but... Here, this is, see how the camera's lower, the angle here? Yeah. So you see down here there's dark lines, and if you get the camera angle correctly, you can see almost like tree ring dating, how the lines are spread out. It all makes sense. This right here, I think the killer is right around in this area when Libby starts filming, or not starts filming, but where the part of the video that we get to see.
Time you now.
Okay, so let me move it back now.
Guess how long that took for you to get here?
2 minutes?
38 seconds.
Yeah, so it does take where he was standing originally, that does take 38 seconds. But where the bridge guy actually is in that video, it only takes maybe 10 seconds to get to the end of the bridge.
That's a long time. If I'm scared and I'm standing here...
No, they didn't. No,
if
Cindy.
I'm scared. Maybe the girls were not in that much fear.
Mike's a wonderful balance for me because he's constantly reminding me to not go on assumptions.
I don't even know what that means, Cindy. You have to rewrite that whole sentence. I have no idea what that means.
I like to do as a writer. He's telling me facts, facts, facts. Maybe Mike's right. Maybe Libby wasn't afraid. Maybe she was just taking a video and he happened to walk into the frame, or maybe they were meeting somebody there.
All we know...
And no, Cindy, I think I kind of get it. The 3 girls that were there, no, they were leaving. He just passed them. He was on a mission. Okay, so no is the answer to that.
Is that at some point after that image was captured, Bridge Guy reached the girls, presumably in this very spot.
So there's a path right here. He says go down the hill. They went down the hill right here.
Yeah.
You ready to go down?
Yeah, this is it right here. This is where they went down the hill.
Oh boy. All right, well that's not easy. This to me is opportunity to run. So he had a gun. I mean, he had something.
Yeah, we already knew that though.
There's this road that goes right underneath the bridge.
That area is where the bodies were found. How did they get on the other side? So
well, I think what we need to do now
go over there.
is go over there.
Right, but the way how they got to the other side was the water wasn't anywhere near as high as what you're looking at there. And also, if you look at Google Earth, as we've done it many times here, this is actually how I figured out the flow of the crime, is that there is a shallow sandbar right here. So where she was just talking about down the hill is right here, go down to the bottom, and then he made them walk over here. Either they ran for it themselves or he made them go across the creek. And I think, and it makes sense because this is the GPS coordinates that they give in the document. I think that they came right here because it's shallow all the way over to here, and the bank is way shorter. It almost is a an incline. Yeah, he didn't pass him on the bridge, Cindy. We've gone over that affidavit twice now on the show. He passed him over by Freedom Bridge. Remember, it was way over here where Richard Allen passed the girls, probably right in this area right there. They came and they said they were just past the clearing. That's what another witness says. Just past this clearing here where Richard Allen ran into the three girls. Then they went across the bridge over here. And then another witness saw them as she was driving by. And then Richard Allen went over here and was down in this area. And then a lady came. She turned around. And then that lady passed Abby and Libby walking this way, probably around 158-ish. And then Abby and Libby, all they had in front of them was Richard Allen, the bridge guy, the guy wearing the jeans, the blue jacket, and the hat. I mean, the story is so simple to, once you put it all in there, and this is 213 is where the video started. They go down the hill right there. Then their bodies are found in this area. So this GPS, I don't know if it's a general GPS information, because it seems like if that was where the crime scene originally was and then they were moved, you'd still would have included that with the tape. But the tape definitely isn't over here. It's not even close. It's just right in this area over here.
I want to go to where they found the bodies.
You're
It's
right
over
here, right?
right there.
So
no, it's okay, Cindy. I'm just like, come on, you got. Right.
This is where the girls were discovered.
This is truly sacred land. I mean, I've been following this case
Yeah,
for 2 years.
I think there's definitely more information. They don't have to show it.
And looking at aerial footage and, still pictures of this area and imagining, what happened. I mean, you just can't come here and think about anything else. There's such a loneliness out here.
See, that's crazy. They're right.
You know what I see when I look at this?
This is interesting down here.
How did they get up on the other side?
Well, I think
bodies were found. How did they get up on the other side of this area and imagining, what happened? I mean, you just can't come here and think about anything else. There's such a loneliness.
Yeah, so they are down there now. This is pretty much where the crime scene is. I think it's right in this area. I think the sandbar. See, you can even see the bank over there. Where's that bent tree? I wonder if you could. You can't really see it. Let's see that tree right there, though. I think it's on this side. So I think they're sort of looking at it like this. I mean, they're right inside of this, looking like that in that image that was right there. Oops, what's this thing?
Out here. You know what I see when I look at this place? I mean, look at it. It's wide open. If I were coming here to conceal a body, this would not be the place I would choose. I mean, it's literally like the Globe Theater. This is actually the most wide open area of any of the woods surrounding here. So what I'm doing is trying to imagine the mindset of the killer. That's what I do when I write. This is my amateur sleuthing. Ready? Are you ready for it? It looks literally staged. If I'm following his logic.
That was pretty good, right? She said it looked like it was staged, and it turns out in that document it was staged, but she does already have the Ron Logan document.
To me, this killer came here, dumped the bodies in an area where he wasn't particularly trying to conceal them. I think he was actually trying to present them in a certain way. But
well, I totally agree with that, because that actually matches what the Erskine information that was put out a long time ago. And to answer your question, Cindy, no, there's a bank over here that's high, and then it gets lower, lower, lower. That's just where they would have crossed. Their bodies were more adjacent to where it was high. So I don't know if they were killed maybe over here and they just kind of moved them over. I don't know what this GPS coordinates is, because it's definitely not the spot where the crime scene tape was. Time to just focus.
Here's my question to you. How he got those bodies across the river or he got those live girls across the river, I have no explanation. How did they get over here? Tell me what you think of all this.
But I've explained it many times.
Liberty's dad.
There's a felony
the
for
question is
possess and/or manufacture drugs.
So now they're bringing up Derek's past.
So we're going to go see First Sergeant Jerry Holman. I'm getting a little nervous.
So the points that
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, getting an interview with Jerry Holman's pretty good.
we're going to cover is
Yes, I'm
Are you
hungry.
devouring those?
No, go.
Okay. So while
I think
you
they could have
eat
ran to
those
the other
guys,
side. That's why
you
there
need to
might be
figure
a
out,
shoe
did
there.
they physically have the phone itself?
I mean, it could have been that the girls made a run for it, and that's why one of Libby's shoes was found on the opposite side of the creek.
Yeah, I don't know. They've never gone on record with that. I want to talk to them about the idea of why they're not releasing more information.
Yeah, that's the most important.
All right, well, help me here and wish me the best.
I'm going to wish you the best.
This lady might be responsible and maybe help push forward the release of the video. Because this is before
In the first few
video.
days of their investigation, police released the image of Bridge Guy, the clip of audio, and the composite sketch.
Besides those 3 pieces of evidence, law enforcement has offered nothing else to the public. No cause of death, no autopsy report, no murder weapon.
Yeah, I think she's good.
That's what really struck me about this case. What is law enforcement hiding and why? The frustration that I'm reading online that is abnormal.
What is law enforcement hiding and why? Ooh, that is absolute. Watch this. This is going to be on all the wackos channels. They're going to take out that one quote. What is law enforcement hiding? See, this lady who's got all this experience just said that law enforcement's hiding something. Oh, you watch now. They're just going to take that one comment. And you know what's hilarious about these idiots making these videos is all of them quote each other as if they're all experts. They go, oh, well, this one guy said this, and this other guy said this other YouTuber said this, so I know I'm on the right track. Really? How about you all just smoke the same bowl of weed? You are wackos.
The refusal to release more information is actually impeding the investigation because people are feeling very frustrated. So I guess I'm giving you a chance to sort of respond to that.
We have to protect the integrity of the investigation, and it's to protect the family. The family doesn't want us to release the details of this.
What do you mean?
They don't.
No, absolutely not. Would you?
What do you mean, any later held down D? We've been doing deep dive on this channel for 5 years. I mean, it's all there. Go back and watch all the shows on it, and you'll know it better than everybody else.
Well, I think at this point, after 2 years, where there's been no movement on the case, if I were a family member, I would ask law enforcement to release more information because
and they have, but
and what specifically?
They've asked us to release more of the audio, more of the video, but we're not.
They have then.
Yeah,
she's pretty aggressive. I like that part of it. So maybe Annie later hair down D will have to do another show again at some point and just go through all the stuff. Because I mean, there's new people that came from somewhere else, but we've been covering this since 2017. I've been making videos on it. So,
but there's some details in there that I don't think that if I was a family member, I would want the public to know.
You don't?
See, that's kind of spooky, right? That means there's stuff in there that's said that is very upsetting, and we haven't heard any of that stuff. Hey, thanks, Norm.
And cause of death or mode of death would help narrow the playing field?
No, not at this point.
Did you find a lot of evidence on the location where the bodies were found?
Can't really talk about what we found, what we didn't find.
Do you have the phone?
Yes.
You do? It was recovered? Wow. So are you able to investigate all of the people on her social media sites?
Yes. We have knowledge of who she was communicating with.
That's interesting.
We feel like that photo, that voice, is enough for the public to help us identify the person. That's all we want.
But the public hasn't helped you, and it's been 2 years based on the information that you've released?
That's all we can release at this point.
Clearly, law enforcement is not going to release any information, but I can't get this thought out of my head. That crime was targeted. Somebody knew they were going to go to the bridge and when they were going to be there. But how? Social media is a possibility.
Yeah, so that's pretty insightful right there, because that is exactly what happened. I always thought it was somebody out there that was just hunting, waiting for somebody to come by. But now even when you read the affidavit for Richard Allen, or the search warrant, or whatever the hell, I can't remember what the document's called, but the arrest warrant probably, he knew exactly what he was doing. He came there on a mission for Abby and Libby. That's what it seems like, just based on how he walked right by the first three girls. Then that other girl shows up there. He didn't say anything to her. But it could still be, where he was out there and those weren't good opportunities for him and he waited. But man, the timing is too close. I mean, he was there just 20 minutes before the girls. So it almost feels like that Kagan Klein, using the Anthony Schatz profile, communicated with them and said, okay, they're going to be there, and let this other person know. And he might have just on a dime left his house, because he doesn't live far away from at all. And he got there and boom. He knew exactly what he's doing. He's fulfilling whatever part of the mission is for the entire child pornography ring that he's part of. That's what my sort of feeling is. It might be totally wrong, but that's what I think. I think Richard Allen and Kagan Klein communicated.
I want to talk to somebody who may know more about...
Or it could be Kagan Klein's dad, too. We don't know.
...who Libby was engaging with online.
When was the last time you communicated with Libby?
February 13th, 2017.
The day before she died?
Yes. We were just on the phone all night.
I mean, if you guys aren't aware, are you not familiar with the case either, Renee? When you say there's a guy named Kagan Klein who created an online profile name for Anthony Schatz. The police last year came forward with that information, and then it led to all this other information that we never had on the case. And Kagan Klein is an individual who they served a warrant at his house just I think 10 days after the homicide, and they went in the house. They found a whole bunch of cell phones, and he had just come back from Las Vegas, and they had all these cell phones and tablets, and all of them had child pornography on it, but the only phone that he didn't give him was the phone that he was using during the time of the murders. So then they took him down to the station. He said he couldn't find it, or it was missing. So he goes down to the station. They interview him about Abby and Libby, and he said, I don't know anything about it. Even though his account had liked a comment on Libby's profile on Snapchat, I think, or maybe Instagram or whatever the hell it was. And then after he got taken home from the police station doing the polygraph test, he came home and based on forensic information, he immediately produced the phone when he comes home, and he starts uninstalling and deleting apps from his phone. And then 2 or 3 days later, he handed it over to the police and said, oh yeah. So he wanted to hide everything that was on the phone that he was using, but there's another phone that was on the trip with them to Las Vegas that was wiped clean. It was factory reset over there. And he said it was a phone he found in a taxi cab, just sitting there. I don't believe that at all. I actually think that it's very possible that phone was used to somehow, maybe even by Richard Allen, to film this is absolutely speculation on my part. But based on some of the information that we have, it's possible that this person filmed what happened at the crime scene and then gave it to Kagan Klein. And then possibly he took it to Las Vegas and did something with that media and then came back, and that's why that phone was factory reset. Okay? It's just speculation on my part. Might have absolutely nothing to do with anything at all, but that's what it feels like. Yeah, and so here's the thing. The Anthony Schatz profile that was created by Kagan Klein communicated with Libby on the very morning of the murders. And these people out there on social media think it's more likely that Richard Allen and Kagan Klein didn't know each other. But I would ask you this. What are the odds that a catfishing account merely didn't get to meet the girl he was catfishing because some random killer killed them? You want to tell me what the odds of that are? And I'm going to tell you it's like 1 in a billion, okay? So for me, it seems more likely that Kagan Klein let one of the people know in this ring that he's in. All right.
Was she like looking for boyfriends on social media?
So there you go. Renee, I gave you the quick
media
rundown.
platforms. Like, she talked to a lot of people.
No, I was just giving you the rundown there, Renee. You're not the... I wasn't even... That's just the way I talk.
People.
Did they talk to strangers online?
They might have been. There was, I don't know if this has anything to do with the case, but there was a instance on Facebook where like...
So this guy's interesting here because I've seen him before. This is one of Libby's, or Abby's, hold on. Yeah, Libby's friends back then. And he was aware of the Anthony Schatz profile.
I was busy playing video games and she was trying to get my help. Like, she was like blowing up my phone and I was ignoring her for a little bit because I was playing video games, and she's like, I need your help, I need your help. There's this guy that won't leave me alone. So like, I wasn't really responding that fast. And then the last thing she said was like, never mind, I got it.
She said, I got it.
Yeah. I kind of left it alone after she said she got it because I didn't really think anything deeper of it.
I've heard this guy before, though.
She believed that he was 19.
19? Yeah, but I mean, that's how old he was.
Yeah, it could be some older guy and a 19-year-old.
Well, it was. So Anthony Schatz profile is a real... Anthony Schatz, the character they had on the screen, was a real person. He's like a cop in another state that's also a model. Kagan Klein was using that image as his catfishing account called Anthony Schatz. And Libby really liked this person. And that's one of the things that always bugs me, is to know that she was really excited to meet this guy at the bridge that day, and it turns out it wasn't the person at all. As a matter of fact, she probably even saw Richard Allen there, because she had to have walked up to the bridge and was like, God, who's this guy? This isn't the guy I was waiting for. And then they decided to go take pictures. I think Richard Allen then walked down the trail back out, but hid out of sight to keep watching them. You just can't see him on the image of Abby, but he's in those woods back there watching. He wanted to see how far they would go out, then he would do that. Hey, thanks, Renee.
Guys.
How long before she died was that?
That was back in January.
2 years, based on the
I'm going to rewind
2 years,
it
based on the information that you've released.
That's all we can release at this point.
Clearly, law enforcement is not going to release any information, but I can't get this thought out of my head. That crime was targeted. Somebody knew they were going to go to the bridge and when they were going to be there, but how? Social media is a possibility. I want to talk to somebody who may know more about who Libby was engaging with online. When was the last time you communicated with Libby?
February 13th, 2017.
The day before she died?
Yes.
No.
We were just on the phone.
No.
Was she like looking
February 13th, 2017 is the day that they died. They were found on the 14th. So that means this guy talked to her on the day that they died, unless he had it wrong. It should have been February 12th.
Boyfriend on social media?
Libby was very active on social media platforms. Like, she talked to a lot of people.
Did they talk to strangers online?
They might have been. There was, I don't know if this has anything to do with the case, but
does.
there was a instance on Facebook where like I was busy playing video games and she was trying to get my help. Like, she was like blowing up my phone and I was ignoring her for a little bit because I was playing video games, and she's like, I need your help, I need your help. There's this guy that won't leave me alone. So like, I wasn't really responding that fast. And then the last thing she said was like, never mind, I got it.
She said, I got it.
Yeah. I kind of left it alone after she said she got it because I didn't really think anything deeper of it.
Do you know how old the guy was?
She believed that he was 19.
Yeah, but I mean,
Believed.
it could be any.
So that is
Yeah,
Anthony
some
Schatz.
older guy in a 19-year-old disguise.
How long before she died was that?
That was back in January, I want to say.
So only a couple of weeks
Early
out.
December, January.
I mean, don't you think that's relevant?
Yeah.
Did you bring that to the cops?
Yes, I did.
You did, and they did what about it?
They took pictures of it. I hadn't heard anything after that.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was interesting because way early on in this case, I was talking to one of the friends of Anna who saw Anna has seen the video of her child in it. You know, Abby's in it. Libby, you know, the video, the bridge guy video. She's seen the whole thing. That's why we've known for a long time, because she told a friend, and that friend communicated with me, and that friend told us everything about the gun, how he said ha, he said huh, or like hey, and that's the hey guys, that part we already knew that part, that there was a gun. I think Abby says, is that a gun? He's got a gun. So we already know, we've known that. There's a whole bunch of other information in there, but she also told me about I mean, it was crazy. In March of 2017, she sent me frames of the conversations that one of Libby's friends had with the Anthony Schatz profile, and that profile had liked some of Libby's comments. And at that time, that's already when law enforcement said that social media wasn't part of it. So I had that information, but I didn't really, none of us knew that it meant anything because law enforcement said that. And even LM, one of the people that has bailed out of here, she had the same information. So, that part was weird going back to see that because there's this whole conversation. One of Libby's friends was really into the guy. You could see how the catfishing account really worked it, the guilt stuff, all that. You could see it right there just in that little conversation. And so, it's crazy to have that way back then, and now that's all coming to fruition. That same 19-year-old, the Anthony Schatz profiles, who this guy is talking about, and it was Kagan Klein who created that account, and Kagan Klein is the individual with the child pornography on his phone and everything like that. He's been in prison. He's now cutting a deal with law enforcement. They're saying he isn't, but I guarantee if there's a silent deal behind the scenes so that but they got him out of jail in the summer, this last summer, and brought him to a facility with a whole bunch of federal agencies talking to him about something. Then right after that, they start searching the Wabash River in Peru, Indiana for like 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, they were looking in there. And right after that is when they went over to Richard Allen's house for the first time and did a search warrant, and then they arrested him not too long after that. So it's too much coincidence for me, all these things timed up and together.
So, both of the girls were on social media. That's not unheard of. I mean, Libby seems to have been on several different platforms. She didn't have any kind of privacy settings or anything like that on it. I mean, you can see it here. Look at how she describes herself. And
Liberty German, single Pringle, I'm 12 years young.
She was on Musical.ly at the time, right? This is her bio. Check it out. It says, patiently waiting for Peter Pan to come take me away to Neverland. This is actually one of the posts that she did with Abby. This is close to the time before the girls went missing, right? So I looked at the comments of the people that were corresponding with her, and see there's this one here that says hi, and then Libby says, who are you, right? Well, he never answers. So I looked into who it is, and it turns out that he is 48 years old. He lives here in Delphi, and he's a felon. So I actually checked it out, and he doesn't fit any of the physical markers of Bridge Guy, because they're saying Bridge Guy is between, I think, 5'5" and 5'9" or something, and this guy's quite tall, but that's not the point. The point is that she was very exposed.
What about the families?
The other day I met with the Patties. So Liberty was living in the house with her grandmother and her grandfather. Her father also lives in the house, Derek German. Derek German has not gone on camera. He has not responded to, any requests to make a statement about what's happened to his daughter. I don't know much about it, but tell me what you think of all this.
This is Derek.
Liberty's dad.
Well, there's a felony, misdemeanor and another felony, and they all look like possess and/or manufacture drugs.
Meth. You get the picture that this was around Libby in that house.
All that says to me is there's drugs and these girls were murdered. They're not necessarily attached.
All I'm saying is her dad was involved in some scary stuff, and maybe she got caught in the middle of it somehow.
You've never seen any of the official reports?
Nothing. I've never seen a death certificate. I've never seen a police report. I've never seen anything.
A lot of people online and also in the community are suspicious of Libby's family, and I think that stems from the fact that Becky and Mike Patty are always front and center in the media. Derek German, Liberty's father, has never spoken to the media, and her mom, Carrie Timmons, has been strangely quiet as well. I need to find out why.
You grew up in Delphi?
I grew up in Royal Center, about a half hour, 45 minutes away.
And then when you and Derek got married, you came to Delphi?
I met Derek when I was 19 and kind of migrated towards Delphi. It's a quiet, cute little town, but there's not much to do here, so it's easy to get in trouble, which is kind of why I left.
Yeah.
I think Derek and I got together pretty young, and I had babies pretty quick. Like, I was at home with the kids and he was out partying. Derek and I both had some issues, like he continued partying, I started drinking. I turned to alcohol when we split up, and I don't know, I got into some trouble, he got into some trouble, and Becky ended up taking guardianship of the girls because we were both in jail. And I was very grateful for her to do that at the time. They needed someone to step up, and Derek and I clearly could not get our crap together. And we were having a rough time, and Mike and Becky were there, and they gave the kids everything they needed. So, very blessed for that. When I was able, I moved to central Kentucky. Even though we were 256 miles away, I tried.
I mean, that's good to, it's good to hear her say that, actually, on there. So I'll give her credit for saying that. But there's this whole issue that starts coming up here in a minute, like why law enforcement didn't share information with her, but did with her Libby's legal guardians, which were Mike and Becky. And I think if you ask Kelsey, she'll give you the actual reason why. Okay, there's a whole bunch more that there's a lot of these, the same wacko channels, they don't really care about the reality of stuff. They just, I don't know what to tell you, man. All I can say is that Kelsey, she's written in different places what the problems are, okay? And there's a reason why she's not included in what law enforcement shares at various times.
To keep as much of an open relationship with my girls as I possibly could. I would talk to them as often as possible. Sent both the girls Snapchats every morning. We talked every day. We were very, very, very close. Derek and Libby, they were really, really close too. Very, very close. So she was very much a daddy's girl.
Would Derek ever speak to us?
I don't think so. Not because he is hiding anything, but because he just doesn't like this public. He doesn't do interviews.
Derek kind of remains an enigma, and I know he's private. I get all that. But he does have a meth record.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there anything that suggests that this could be connected to meth activity?
I've not seen anything that shows that. If there were people really out there cooking meth that day, or really out there messed up and saw two kids, and maybe, I don't think that had anything to do with him.
Then when did the police reach out?
Never. Law enforcement never contacted me. I spoke to Tobe Lesenby twice, but that was because I finally reached out to him. In regards to, my grandfather had called me one day at work, a few days after her funeral, and said something about there was going to be a family press conference, and he wanted to know if I needed a place to stay. And I was like, what are you talking about, Grandpa? I don't know anything about a press conference. And he said, well, we just saw it on the news. There's going to be a family press conference. So I called Tobe Lesenby. He acted like he didn't even know who I was.
Oh, Carrie.
Yeah, it took quite a refresher for me to be like, I'm Carrie Timmons, Liberty German's mother, and oh yeah.
See, this is the part here I don't like this stuff here, because there's a reason. You know, she's complaining and all this kind of stuff, and she's always been really anti-police during this whole thing, like she should be the center of the investigation, and I don't know. I get really frustrated with the whole thing. I mean, as a mother, she probably should get given some information, but she wasn't the legal guardian. She sort of gave up their right at some point because they weren't taking care of their kids correctly, right? So, you know, it's part of one of the issues with it.
And he basically told me that they were having this press conference and that Mike had been basically chosen as the family spokesperson, and that if I wanted to show up, I could, but I would just be standing in the background. And he had told me, you know, that they were making a public cry to have someone turn this killer in. And I said to him, wouldn't it sound better to come from her mother? And Tobe said, well, you might be right, but that's not how we're going to do it. Okay. Like I had really been put in my place. And I did not attend that press conference.
And you've never seen...
Yeah, but why didn't you attend? So you might ask that question. Just you weren't allowed to speak at there, but why didn't you go anyways? See, so what was it about? Just being acknowledged, or was it about really being there and being supportive? See?
Any of the official reports?
Nothing. I've never seen a death certificate. I've never seen a police report. I've never seen anything. To this day, almost 2 years later, I do not know the actual cause of my daughter's death, other than she was murdered.
I find that shocking.
I felt more like they were ignoring the fact that there was a whole plethora of possibilities that they weren't even acknowledging existed.
Important to remember that Raylan's an absolute dipshit. All right, see you later.
Because they were acting like I didn't exist. Maybe I don't know anything, maybe I don't have any shred of evidence to help you. But the fact that you haven't even questioned me is absurd. I gave him a list of probably a handful of names.
What do you mean how she saw it? Law enforcement took in, they took Becky, Mike, and Anna in there because they weren't able to make out some of the words, so they got to see the video. Yeah, we've gone over that.
And phone numbers, people around here that I thought, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but they're kind of sketchy, this, that, or the other. I have reason that, yeah, you should talk to these people. To this day, 2 years later, those people have never been contacted.
I really feel for Carrie, and I believe her. If she's not suspicious of Derek, then my suspicions have definitely been reduced. However, based on what she just told me, I have great misgivings about the way law enforcement has handled this case. It sounds like they made some huge assumptions at a time when they should be looking at every little detail, and it makes me question.
I totally agree with that part right there. There's probably things that they didn't... There's almost no way they shouldn't have known about Richard Allen, and there's almost no way that they shouldn't have taken the Anthony Schatz profile way more seriously early on. I mean, you've got somebody communicating with her that's a catfisher the same day. That might have taken a while to get that information.
In their entire investigation.
There was a whole plethora of possibilities that they weren't even acknowledging existed because they were acting like I...
Yeah, so one of the things that I think, causes issues is like early on, she went out and got psychics and they'd go places, and it was like an entourage with psychics and everything. And I think people it's weird. That's all you can say.
Didn't exist. Maybe I don't know anything, maybe I don't have any shred of evidence to help you. But the fact that you haven't even questioned me is absurd. I gave him a list of probably a handful of names and phone numbers, people around here that I thought, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but they're kind of sketchy, this, that, or the other. I have reason that, yeah, you should talk to these people. To this day.
Walker Homestead, 24 months, man. All right. Thank you.
2 years later, those people have never been contacted.
I really feel for Carrie, and I believe her. If she's not suspicious of Derek, then my suspicions have definitely been reduced. However, based on what she just told me, I have great misgivings about the way law enforcement has handled this case. It sounds like they made some huge assumptions at a time when...
By the way, that troll that came in here, that account was created today. Okay, so I know what I'm doing, everybody. I do know what I'm doing.
They should be looking at every little detail, and it makes me question their entire investigation.
Going to see the local sheriff, and you're pretty worked up about that.
Not worked up. This is calm and collected.
Okay.
I'm bothered by the way or lack.
Hey, good night, Bama forever. Sorry to hear about your son. I didn't know that. And also thank you for your generous super chat earlier, matching a run or something. Anyways, thank you. Appreciate it.
Of way that he handled Liberty's mom, Carrie. And that's appalling to me. Lesenby has shut Carrie entirely out of this.
Before you go anywhere,
Yes.
take that deep breath.
Don't lose it.
Don't lose it. If you want to lose it, that's fine, but lose it after you get all the questions answered that we need.
Well, obviously. So, do you have a person of interest in mind?
There is not a person of interest. It's just we continue to follow in whatever information is provided to us through the tip lines. To say that we have one singular individual, no. Yeah, obviously we see this face that I have on my wall here, and that's where the focus has been.
Yeah, the autopsy is sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Has the family learned of cause of death or mode of death?
I believe that has been shared
Okay.
with them.
Because I actually interviewed Carrie, Carrie Timmons, the mother of Liberty
Yeah, I don't agree, CJK. Sorry.
German,
right.
And she would like that. She said that she has not been informed of that.
I mean, maybe at some level she should know something, but not at the high level. What are the hearts for there, Cindy? Anyways, what you guys are so crazy. Oh, I got to show support for something that somebody said, and then Gray didn't like it, so I got to give the hearts. Yeah, it's just, it is what it is. Okay. I think what the biggest thing in this case that law enforcement didn't do was somehow, when Richard Allen told the conservation officer that he was in the, he was there. He said he was there exactly during the time, from 1:30 to 3:30, and it fit exactly when his car drove by, and it was parked at the abandoned CPS building. And somehow the conservation officer, even though Richard Allen said he was wearing exactly the same clothing, it didn't work. Yeah, but it's not cool, Cindy, though. So you can do what you want, but it's not cool. So anyways, here we go.
There's some legal issues there as far as involving guardianship or custody. And so, now obviously if other family members want to share that with her, that's their prerogative.
Yeah, I know Mike and Becky have guardianship. They do not have adoption. They have legal guardianship.
Guardianship, right.
The mother...
Yeah, what I was saying is somebody should have given some information. Okay? So this little documentary here made everybody feel, oh, poor Carrie, but there's a lot of other stuff going on that you're not taking into account, okay? I mean, yes, at some level, maybe somebody could give her some information, but she shouldn't be filled in depth because of, the psychics and all the weird stuff that's going on behind the scenes, okay?
Of the deceased is entitled.
Okay.
So I just wanted to go over that. The other thing I wanted to say is that she informed me that when the first press conference was held, that she didn't know that there was going to be a press conference, but she would like to be notified as Liberty's mom.
Toby's really uncomfortable here. I mean, I understand why, you'd be uncomfortable. He's being filmed, and it's about this topic. But let me finish on the other part. So Richard Allen went up to a conservation officer and said, hey, I was at the bridge from 1:30 to 3:30 because he thought somebody would have recognized him because he had a job at CVS. Somehow, that information didn't make it to the right person who would go, wow, so this guy was there for 2 hours and he was wearing the exact same clothing? So had he been really up on it, and you know how the image of the bridge guy was already out? What would have ended the case in 2 weeks would have been when Richard Allen said, yeah, I was there. I was wearing the blue jeans, the jacket, and the hat, and I was there from 1:30 to 3:30. And then right at that moment, the conservation officer could have said, oh, yeah, we know you're there. We have you on a trail camera. Yeah, here's one of the images, right? He would have gone, oh, yeah, that's me. Yep. Boom. Because that video was taken from the phone of Libby. And at that point, he would have been arrested and charged with the murder 5.5 years ago.
And your response to her was that she wasn't in Liberty's life, and so therefore Mike Patty would be the spokesman for the family. Now, Mike Patty is a step-grandfather. So did you make that statement?
I don't remember it specifically.
See that? I don't really like that comment. Like, he's a step-grandfather. Wow. No, he's actually one of the legal guardians of Libby and Kelsey, right? So it has nothing to do with, he's a step-grandfather, but this is the mother. Okay, no, he's literally the legal guardian because Carrie and Derek gave up their right to be parents based on their activities. Now, Derek's been been involved in trying to, he was still living at the house and becoming a good parent. He was trying, where she took off and went with somebody else. And maybe she did communicate with Libby and stuff like that, but she took off and started having children with another person and starting a whole new life somewhere. So it wasn't like she stayed in town and really fought hard to get her kids back. Do you understand that? Right.
Typically being worded that way, no. I don't think I'm not a impersonal type of individual, and so
She certainly felt you were.
And that's again her opinion.
It is her opinion.
She may have perceived it that way.
Do you know if she was involved in Liberty's life?
To the best of my knowledge, no. Do you know her background?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
What does her background have to do with being a loving mother?
See, I don't like that reply. What does her background have to do with being a loving mother? Come on.
She was Snapchatting with Liberty hours before Liberty left for the Monon High Bridge. So she was very much involved in her daughter's life.
Good.
So the statement that she had nothing to do with her daughter and it all fell on the guardianship is just not accurate.
I guess a lot of the information that we had received was from Mike and Becky as far as that relationship.
Okay, so now this is one of those things that helps the conspiracy theories. See, Mike and Becky tried to control everything. They were the legal guardians. There was a reason for it. Okay?
And based upon, obviously, legal documentation that we had seen as well.
So you took Mike and Becky at their word and did
plus
not...
the legal documentation that we had, yes.
Okay. Well, I have to say I think that's unfortunate because it's the mother of Liberty.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I could see them giving her some limited information, but giving her detailed information that needs to be kept quiet probably isn't the right person to give that to.
Okay.
Yeah, she's pissed off, though. She's pissed off. You can see that.
You know, life is much stranger than fiction. As a writer, you have a sense of control over the ending. You go into a story, you have the ability to plot it out, you can tie all the facts into a nice little neat bow, and you have a sense of resolution that gives you a chance to exhale, and you get a sense of completion and justice. But unfortunately, in this case, I can't exhale, and I don't have a sense of justice. And I can't tell you who committed this murder. In the scripted version, I would swagger into town, I'd go down every rabbit hole, I'd discover the truth, and I'd be a hero. I'd solve the crime. But this is real life. What I have been able to do is separate fact from fiction.
And I think I've put pressure on law enforcement to release more information.
I made key connections with members of the community.
I think she's the reason that they released that video. Because it was right after this.
I'm going to continue to work those sources as I head home. They think that the media and people like me are going to back off. That's not going to happen because since I left Delphi, I found more.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. So early on when she was at the crime scene down there, she didn't realize that there was the Ron Logan document. So this came later.
This morning, new video of the man investigators believe is behind the murders of 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German.
So after I left Delphi, Indiana State Police finally decided to release a little bit more information.
We are releasing additional portions of the audio recording.
Guys, that's the hey that was in my message.
We are also releasing video recovered from Libby's phone. The video shows a suspect walking on the bridge. Watch the person's mannerisms as they walk. Do you recognize the mannerisms as being someone that you might know? We also believe this person is from Delphi, and we have concluded the first sketch released will become secondary as of today. The result of the new information leads us to believe this sketch is the person responsible.
That looks so unlike Richard Allen. But people try to like do mental gymnastics and do the side-by-sides and overlays and go, see, it does kind of look like him. But looking at that right now would never make you think of Richard Allen, a hobgoblin who's like 4 foot nothing with his... oh, come on. Tom Cruise and Richard Allen. Although there are images of Richard Allen where he doesn't look as weird. But when he's playing pool and shit like that, he looks crazy.
Responsible for the murders of these two
Come on, Cindy Leon, it was a hobgoblin.
So after 2 years, law enforcement has finally released a small portion of the video and then one word on the audio. And that's in addition to a brand new composite of the alleged perpetrator.
I don't know anything about this video in terms of like why it's not out or how this came about being here or why it would be suppressed or anything like that. Yeah, you think it's a big reason why the press conference happened? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they gave out the information about the car being parked at the abandoned CPS building. They gave out the guys. They gave out the video. And I think there was one other element. You know, it's interesting to go back because I've been talking to this person who is... He's actually related to people that are investigators. I mean, really, like right there, okay? And he would tell me stuff based on early conversations that happened back in 2017. And he was the one that told me that it looked like the girls, that they were dragged somewhere. He already said that. He told me that there was a bike that went by. So there must be a camera. So obviously now we know the camera. It's the one that was on that the building right up the street from the mirrors there. And there's a camera there that filmed a bike, but it came back in a reasonable amount of time, so that wasn't related. He also... what else did he say? Oh, yeah, he's the one that told me that the killer was there for like over 30 minutes of the time, over 20 minutes of the time that Derek was there searching. And that turns out to absolutely be true because Derek got there at 3:15. And then I think if we look at the map here, at 3:57, Richard Allen is walking muddy and bloody in this direction. And the camera is on this building right here. And that camera was an absolutely pivotal camera that kept track of the movements of a whole bunch of various people to confirm timing, and it's absolutely incredible, this camera right here. It basically, without that camera, it's a lot of guessing. So it was huge.
So what is it that the public is supposed to take away from this? That the old sketch was absolutely irrelevant?
She reminds me of Beth Karras, kind of.
That it was a bad sketch? That it had nothing to do with the crime? I think that ISP and Doug Carter think that by holding a press conference like this and releasing just a little bit more information that the media and people like me are going to back off. That's not going to happen, because since I left Delphi, I found more. I hesitated.
Oh, I know. This is probably why they blocked it, because she goes over some of the stuff that's in the it's in the Ron Logan document. So maybe that's why they didn't want it out there. I don't know, but it seems like the rest of it you could. Plus, it also kind of references the Anthony Schatz profile with the kid mentioning the 19-year-old. I don't know. I mean, can't people just put out what they want? I mean, I don't think you can block somebody. You can ask them not to, though. But I think now this is all sort of moot. It just kind of shows that she was pretty, really bright and sort of on top of what the real angle was way back in 2019.
As to whether I should give out this information, I've honored law enforcement up to this moment. But 2 years into this crime scene and based on that presser, I think it's time for the public to know as much information as possible about this crime. It needs to be solved. Through the connections that I made over 2 years of investigating this case, I've received an affidavit signed by law enforcement. This is totally legit. It's been vetted by several attorneys. And I'm just going to read some of the following statements. On February 14, 2017, at approximately 12:17 p.m., victims Libby German and Abigail Williams were found dead with wounds caused by a sharp weapon. Cause of death has never publicly been released. Based on the affidavit, it suggests that the girls were stabbed. A large amount of blood was lost by the victims at the crime scene. Because of the nature of the victim's wounds, it is nearly certain the perpetrator of the crime would have gotten blood on her person clothing. How he got those bodies across the river or he got those live girls across the river, I have no explanation. The fact that there was a large amount of blood found on the crime scene indicates that they were either killed in the river or they were killed, in fact, at that crime scene.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Victims at the crime scene.
There was.
Because of the nature of the victim's wounds, it is nearly certain the perpetrator of the crime would have gotten blood on her person clothing. How he got those bodies across the river or he got those live girls across the river, I have no explanation. The fact that there was a large amount of blood found on the crime scene indicates they were...
Yeah, so here it is. This right here is downstream. Remember how I was showing you? Let me show you where this is right here. So in this image right here, that's probably like right around in this area, right there. Because right over here, there's a high bank, and then it just tapers down into a really low bank. And I think that's exactly what we're looking at in this picture right here. See how it's low? The farther you go to the right, it almost becomes a little mini cliff. It's like 8 feet tall or something.
Either killed in the river or they were killed, in fact, at that crime scene. It also appears the girls' bodies were moved and staged.
Yeah, well, she called that. She said stage right here.
He wasn't particularly trying to conceal them. It looks staged. In addition, there's no visible signs of a struggle or a fight. This, to me, is opportunity to run. So he had a gun. I mean, he had something.
We don't know.
And that also fibers and hair were found on the crime scene. So that indicates that there is evidence on that crime scene. The other thing that is very notable is that when I walked the bridge, I ascertained by the location of the video taken on Libby German's phone that from there to the south end of the bridge was approximately 40 seconds.
Yeah, except you, I mean, at the time you didn't have the information, so yeah, it's sort of, she thinks that the video started playing right here, but that isn't true. It starts over here, so you have to go backwards because I'll show you this video that I made. It was called 43 Seconds, and it was using the Delphi After Dark guy. He walked across the bridge. He said I could use it, so I used the clip, and it times it all out. It's like 17 minutes long.
In fact, they have 43 seconds of video on Libby's phone. Where's the 43 seconds? Why aren't they releasing what else is on that phone?
Because it's further back and not as clear.
Withholding information from the public when you've asked for the public's help is not acceptable to me. The affidavit confirms that law enforcement has not done an adequate job of releasing information. This information needs to get out to the public, and I'm here giving it to the public.
What is interesting is she was close, like where she thought the guy was to the end of the bridge, she had it at 40 seconds. So where he originally started is kind of where you would be when you work it back and you get the 43 seconds. But I'm going to show you guys in a minute. The 43 seconds is way back there. And, the Delphi After Dark guy, he's walking at a good pace, just like the killer would.
Abby and Libby are no longer with us, but that doesn't mean justice won't be served. I went to Delphi to get answers. Why did it take law enforcement 2 years for video and more audio to be released? Why are there witnesses, but 2 radically different sketches of Bridge Guy? By law enforcement's word...
Yeah, you know what's crazy? The 2 sketches, neither look like him.
The killer is local, and hair and fiber were found on the scene. A large reward fund has been established. Why hasn't this case been solved? The answers aren't clear yet, but the story is. 2 girls went for a walk in the woods and were found brutally murdered. If we keep that story alive, the answers will come.
Hey, thanks for letting me play that Fig Solved. So what do you think? This isn't the full documentary, right? Because it sort of skips around. Or is that literally the cuts that they put into it? Because it's only 43 minutes long, 44 minutes. So it seems like there's got to be a longer version. So, anyways, here, let me play this one. Hello, this is Gray Hughes. This is what I made. This is what I made. I don't know, like 6 months ago, maybe 5 months ago. So here we go. Video is going to be on the 43 seconds video that was shot on Liberty German's cell phone. Let me play some back. During the brutal murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German on February 13th. Oh, does that take over the same one? Hold on. Hello, this is Gray. Cell phone. During the brutal murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German on February 13, 2017. The video was filmed at approximately 2:13 p.m. In the Ron Logan search warrant, we are given information about the location and time. So this was 43-second video taken on Liberty German's cell phone. We also realize now, and if you've listened to my channel, we've known that since the beginning, that the video was recorded on her phone, and they actually retrieved the video from her phone, not the cloud. And it says right here, 43-second video taken on Liberty German's cell phone, where the suspect follows the victims as they're walking on the Monon High Bridge Trail. So what they're saying also is that the killer came across the bridge and followed them there. He wasn't on the southeast side, passed them, turn around, and then, quote, follow them. They believe that he followed them across the bridge. Now, there is a video that was put out by Delphi After Dark, and they went out there, I believe, in April of this year and filmed the entire walk across the bridge, only stopping twice for a total of 25 seconds. They were able to walk across the bridge at a rapid pace in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. That is including the stopping for 25 seconds. So, around 3 minutes and 45 seconds or so is how long it took them to cross the bridge if they had just continually walked. Now, they're not sprinting or anything. They're just walking really quickly. We have known that it only takes that amount of time for quite a while. Back in 2017 in March, a friend of mine named Beth, she walked across in less than like 3 minutes and 30 seconds. She walked really quickly, got all the way across. You can do that. That is also what is interesting, is how quickly somebody can do it if they're committed. And as we'll see in this video, at 2:07, there's a photograph taken by Libby of Abby on the bridge. And then at 2:13, 6 minutes later, they're at the other end of the bridge, and they're just arriving there because Abby is still completing her journey across the bridge. She gets behind Libby, and then the killer is right on him and says, "Hey guys," and then passes them and then says, "Down the hill." And then apparently that's around the time the video ends. Okay, so what we'll do in a few minutes is we'll analyze how long it takes to get from where the person, the killer, is filmed, started to be filmed. It's about 60 feet away, and how long that takes to walk to the end of the bridge. And then we'll maybe add 5 seconds onto that. And then from where he was first filmed that we see, we can go back however many seconds it is, 15, 20 seconds, and see where he likely was when Libby started filming. They just didn't show us that portion because it's way too blurry the farther back. Well, in the staging aspect of this case, it appears that they were moved and literally like posed. So they were put somewhere and then posed. Maybe that was to throw law enforcement off, to make it seem like it was a serial killer. I mean, we don't really know, but my guess would be, I don't know if there's many other people out there, but to me it seems like that the killing was done for another purpose. Like it wasn't just, oh, let me know they're going to be there, and then he kills them. It seems like there was something else going on. Somebody is, and the more motion the camera has, they're almost completely unrecognizable. They're showing us the best video that they can. Okay, now let's take a look at just the area in general here. Here's a cell tower right here. You can see the shadow from it. Very close to Ron Logan's house. On the bridge here, there'd be absolutely no problem with cell coverage. I have friends that were out there, and we were communicating on the phone back in March of 2017, and they would show me a shot, and I say, no, it's a little bit further, and we'd figure out exactly where each of the images that were on the bridge were filmed. Okay, so again, that's the cell tower right there, and Ron Logan's house, and here's the bridge right here, and the girls are dropped off right there. There's a bench here and a bench right there. So when the girls got dropped off, was the killer sitting on this bench or this bench? We don't know, but it's possible that they saw him there, and then they had to kill an hour and a half of time. So they walk down, they get on the bridge, they start filming and having fun. They're just kind of, looks like they're whimsically going across the bridge, taking photos and doing their thing, but they probably looked back at one point and saw that this guy was coming, and then tried to get off as quickly as they could, but they're not very quick because Abby had never been on the bridge, so she walks really slow and methodically, and it took her 6 minutes to get across the bridge from, let's see, right around in this area, which is about 40% of the way across. It took them 6 minutes to get here, but the killer could start right here and get all the way across in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, according to the Delphi After Dark video. You guys should go check it out. So if we go back to here, this is, the video starts like this. I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm just going to kind of scrub through it. So it starts right here. God, he brought his dog across that thing. Jesus. Right in this area. So after it passes, let's see. So platform 1 is on the right there. Then platform 2. This is one of the times he stops, turns around, and looks a little bit. And right now he's at platform 2. And then just a little bit past platform 2 is the first photograph, and you'll see it right here. You can see that this completely matches up. This matches up with this right here, and this whole area right there. So that is where the first photograph was taken of the full length of the bridge. Then after that, you can see there's a platform off in the background there on the right. That's platform number 3. And as Abby approaches platform 3. Libby's already in front of her, and I believe Libby was in front of Abby the entire time across the bridge. Libby gets onto the platform here, and then she turns around and photographs Abby as she is walking across the bridge. And I believe this part right here is right there. This whole damaged area there is the same portion right there. And this is where Abby's standing in this photograph over here. It's just from the other direction. So imagine, if you would, that Libby is standing on this platform filming back towards us and then taking this photograph. Then Libby steps off and they both start going down across the bridge. Now maybe a little bit after that is when they may have noticed somebody coming towards them. So in the Delphi After Dark video, he continues across the bridge. And then he does another portion where he stops for about 12 seconds again. And then there's platform 6 right there. And then just past platform 6, right around in, I believe it's, I forgot to delete the red circles and shit off the screen. They're just floating around. Yeah, I remember that. But right in this area is where we start seeing the killer being videoed. Good. So he's about 60 feet away at that point. All right. So I think she's good. I don't think it was I don't think it was necessary to do any of the sort of the politically. It's what does Carrie not being informed have to do with anything in this case? Yeah, I mean, you can be somebody out there that feels bad that she didn't get to know something, or you could be somebody that's aware of, information that you've been told, stuff that goes on, that was going on around that time, and understand her not getting the information. But what does it have to do with anything? Like, it's literally irrelevant to the case. It has no meaning whatsoever at all. It's I'm trying to figure out like what investigative angle does that have? It just doesn't seem like it's related to anything. Yeah, I mean, you might feel bad about it, but it doesn't stop the case from being solved or not being solved. So just on the video that I'm watching right here, it's not exactly the same numbers because well, she got to know the basic stuff like everybody else, Matt. But I wouldn't have given her anything that was private that other people didn't get to know, especially somebody that hires psychics. I mean, at that point, you don't know what they're going to do. How's the video and so forth. But on this portion, we'll be able to count. So we are at 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Four minutes and 22 seconds. And we're, again, the video is 43 seconds long. So 4:22. And then him walking at that same pace to get to right there, it is 4 minutes and 38. So that took 16 seconds. All right, so let's add 5 seconds. So it only took 16 seconds to walk from where the video that we get to see is. The video that we've all seen, 16 seconds to walk from there to the end of the bridge. Just as, maybe walked a little bit slower and there was some other time that he took after he got off. Let's add 5 seconds. So 16 plus 5, make that 21 seconds. So that means we need 22 more seconds. Yeah, it's like I don't mind. I don't care if people don't agree. I just know I've talked to Kelsey and other people who were there, who lived through the time. So, I've read things that she's written about it, and so I have a different perspective than other people. But I totally understand. Like if you're a mother out there, and you didn't get to know about your child, you'd probably be upset. But I bet most of you out there wouldn't have basically left town and wouldn't have stayed in town to fight every single day until finally a judge or somebody allows you to have your kids back. So I mean, I would look at it something like that. Backwards, And now we can see approximately where he may have been. Let me get rid of this.
Yeah, it's hard to run from a gun, though.
Somebody has a gun, you're not going to... The marker's on the screen there. So, hold on. We're going to the end
So
of
this
the
will
bridge.
show you here in a second. Watch,
Right,
watch
let
how
me
far
just-
back.
I'll just get back to...
So they said it's 43 seconds, and I even gave a little bit of buffer time. Watch how far back the video likely started being recorded.
Where we were here. We were right after you
Well, thanks,
passed
Matt.
platform 6. And we're going to go
I see
backwards
what you're saying,
22
too, yeah.
seconds after we get to the spot where he's being filmed. So he's being filmed about right in here.
Yeah, right here. This is where he's in
So
the video.
22 seconds backwards would put us on this version at the 4-minute mark.
So watch how far back
That's
it
because
is
I
when she
paused
turned
it,
the camera
inserted
on.
some images, so it lengthened it out. It's not accurate in terms of the...
So this is about where they had it in their documentary that we just had. But
This
it's
whole
way
video is only
further.
4 minutes and 9 seconds. So here's what's crazy is look how far back
That's my other voice.
it could have been. I mean, we're going back to 4-minute mark is right there. So the person could have been clear back here
Yeah,
when
I
she
agree with
turned
that,
the
Amber.
camera
That's
on
exactly
because she
what-
sees
right.
this guy in the distance coming towards them.
Look at that. Look how far back the killer was. If you go back 43 seconds and even allowing some leeway time. I mean, this is crazy. This is way back there. You're almost at platform 5 at this point. Isn't that nuts? Look at that. So that means when this was filmed, when it began, Abby's probably maybe near platform 6 at this point. Maybe a little bit past that, but she's so slow on there. Remember how I don't know, remember her name, but the lady in the documentary, how slow she was moving around? That's kind of how Abby would be because she'd never been on the bridge before. And she's just kind of like, whoa, you know? And walking really slow, and Libby's really fast because she's been on there multiple times.
Don't you find that interesting? So from this point right here to the end of the bridge is 43 seconds.
Now the bridge is about 860, let's just say around 860 feet long. So maybe, so it's less than 300 yards long, and you can walk across it in 3 minutes. Even if you've only been there once. Our buddy Beth, she's not scared of heights though. She walked across in like 3.5 minutes.
And not even 43 seconds. It's 38 because we added 5, right?
Oh, isn't that weird? I
So,
said
look at-
I had 38 in mind too, everybody. Isn't that weird? She said 38 too. So it's only 38 seconds from back here. Oh, this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. So she had 38 seconds, but her guy was walking slow as hell. Did you see that? He was walking really slow, not like a person on a mission like this guy. So here it is. This is the pace that if you're confident that you can walk on.
How fast? Look, this is an actual
Look at this.
speed as he's walking. Just quickly.
Look at that. That's
walking.
how fast he's
Obviously
walking
got
on this thing.
GoPro
Boom,
or
boom,
something
boom.
with stabilization, so you can't tell he's moving his feet up and down. And look at that. I mean, it's crazy. So he's just really hustling, and just imagine in your head that there's Abby still on the bridge, maybe up there, and Libby's off the end of the bridge, kind of maybe encouraging Abby, and then Abby says, "He's right behind me," and she goes, "Uh-huh." And then they're discussing which way to go.
Yeah,
and so
imagine
forth.
imagine
And
Libby's
about
right there standing
here,
there.
he
Abby's
says,
right here. She's like, "Oh, guys,"
and they say, "Hey," and then he comes off and then down the hill. So right in this area, and this video is a little bit off my animation. I think she's already off and behind Libby at that point. Okay, so let's take another look at some other interesting information. If you take a look at this was the GPS coordinates, and I never really put this together until just now when I was looking at this again. And I was always thinking, man, those GPS coordinates they're not at the crime scene. The crime scene is right over here. But remember that it appears that the girls were moved. So
Yeah.
as you can see right.
So after that, I realized that's not even a smart thing because they weren't. The GPS coordinates that they put are not inside of the crime scene tape, and there's no way in hell they wouldn't have included the actual kill site in the crime scene tape, right? They would have put that in there.
Here it
So
says
this isn't. This part here is.
it also appears the girls'
Doesn't make
bodies
sense.
were moved and staged.
So let's say the girls made a run for it and they ran across the creek and they were both killed right in this area. And then they were moved this distance, right?
Unless I have
here,
the tape
which
in the
is really
wrong spot.
only, 100 feet. So 30 yards, which really isn't that, maybe, 40 yards really. So it's not really that far. So maybe they were actually murdered here and then they were moved to this area.
So I could have
I
the
don't
tape
know,
in the
but
wrong
there is a
spot.
discrepancy between the GPS coordinates. But it also makes sense because the girls are at the other end of the bridge right here. And if we were going to, let's see, let me move this up a little bit, just like that. And they were made to go down the hill.
Guys,
and then maybe
down
at
the
this
hill.
point they made a run for it. I always
Guys,
thought
down the hill.
original intent was to
down
take
the
them
hill.
down in this area, but maybe they made a run for it. And there's a shallow portion here, so it could have been more like this. And then they come downstream, it's still shallow, and then right
See,
here the
boom.
bank isn't very
I stay
high
consistent.
at all.
I don't make. I
And then maybe he
change
caught
up
them
all
over
the time.
here, killed them, and then he moves them
Right there, you
to
go.
this area right here.
Maybe something like that.
I guess we don't get to know the answer to that. Maybe someday we will, but it is possible because if you look at some of the videos that people have taken out there, you can see that the bank is really high over here, but it really slopes down, and you can basically walk out of the water onto the land right here and come around, and that would be the more logical place to go if you were somebody looking and trying to get away. You'd see a shallow portion.
God, I'm pretty good at this. You know what's funny? See, here's what you got to realize, you guys. I'm not wishy-washy. Like, this stuff here is the same thing that I say all the time. I mean, I made this 6 months ago, and I don't sound different. I say the same thing because until something makes me change my mind, then it stays the same. Like as soon as they said it was the Anthony Shots profile, then you switch over to, wow, it's being social media, and then you go down that data like that. But I mean, the same information I've said. So I know it probably gets old for some people who hear the same thing, but what do you want me to do? Make something up so it's interesting? Yeah, I don't do that. I'm not sure what Mosley's doing up there, but he's definitely won the Super Freak
run, go down that same shallow area and then go
No,
up the
I'm
bank.
not sure what he's got there, like a white bag
and try
or
to get
something.
away, but maybe he caught up to them, killed them both, then moved them into the trees over here so they wouldn't easily be spotted, and staged them, posed their bodies when they were there. So it's absolutely unbelievable. But I think what I've just shown you guys is that because the killer could walk across a bridge in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and the girls were obviously moving much slower than that this guy could have made up ground on them really quickly, and they weren't familiar with the area. They didn't realize going down the private drive and then following that might actually lead to where Abby lived at the time. And they just don't know where to go. And it's really wooded back there too. It's disorienting. They probably...
All right, I'm just going to talk in person now. Yeah, I mean, what if I have this in the wrong spot? Maybe the crime scene tape and the edge is a little bit further out, and then it would include that. I don't think so, though. Yeah, the other day I had to recreate it, and I drew it over here. I was like, what the hell? But anyways, so are you guys? Would you be interested? I could probably go through the the Richard Allen timeline, from the search warrant here. I think I could do it pretty quickly if you guys want, because it's such a huge deal. I've made videos on it. I'm working on a new one. I've kind of put it on pause for a while, but definitely gonna make it using the better sort of animated car situation that I use. Let's see. Okay, so I guess the first thing that happens is that there's 3 girls that are at the bridge, and at 12:43 they make it to the start of the bridge and they see nobody. There was no Richard Allen, there was nothing, there was just them. Then they start walking back this way, and right when, they get to this bench right here,
And right when they get to the bench there, a minute later, Richard Allen's vehicle drives by, and it drives around the corner, and it backs in here with no front license plate. So it was hiding the fact that, it was just hiding its license plate. So it backs in right there. Then probably 7 or 8 minutes later, the girls were at the bench, were walking, and right in this area, a person, which is Richard Allen, because he admits it, passed the 3 girls right in this area apparently. And then Richard Allen continues walking this way. Then, he walks down. I would imagine it takes maybe 15 minutes to walk from here to the start of the bridge. So if that's like 1:38, then about 1:53, he would be over here, which is pretty good. So he was probably there just a little bit before that, though. So maybe it was 1:34 over there, and 1:49 he's over here, and he's standing on platform 1. So we didn't know that until the name that I call Sue. She drives by. It's pretty interesting because she drives underneath this bridge and sees the 3 girls underneath the old state road. Let's just random name I'm using, Sue. Drives this way, sees 3 girls, then comes around like this. She saw the vehicle parked at the abandoned CPS building, but she may have seen it when she was leaving, but she did see that vehicle and described it. Then she drives like this, comes around, Sue does, and drives right by here at 1:46 and parks her car right there. Then she gets out of her car, and the first thing she does is go down the trail, and she walks to the bridge. She goes down to the bridge, and she sees Richard Allen. I mean, it's absolutely perfect. She would get there at probably 1:53, 1:55, and Richard Allen's already there, and he's standing on platform 1. He admits to being on platform 1 in the affidavit. So he's on platform 1. So during that time, Libby's car, Kelsey was driving it, drives this direction and passes this at 1:49. That means she probably dropped the girls off at 1:48. They get out and they walk down, and they're starting to walk this direction. And so after Sue sees the bridge guy here, she starts walking this direction, and then right around in this area, she said halfway back, she passes Abby and Libby. Is that incredible or what? She passes Abby and Libby, and guess what? Who is the only person in front of Abby and Libby at that point? Well, that's Richard Allen. He's the guy standing on platform 1, and nobody saw Richard Allen again or the girls after Sue walked by them. So there you go. So Abby and Libby keep walking. Let's say they get to the bridge area at like 2:01. And then I think at that time, Richard Allen walked this way. But he merely stood right about in this area in the woods with a straight line shot, maybe about right in here. And he could see and watch what the girls were doing through those trees that didn't have any leaves on them. Then the girls start going out on the bridge and, in fact, take a picture at 2:07, absolutely consistent with the 2:01 time that they would probably be right in this area. And then at 2:07, there's a picture all the way looking back this direction, and it does not show anybody because, again, I think he's hiding back there. Then the girls continue across the bridge, and as they're going across the bridge, they just keep going, and then at some point they look back, and Richard Allen had made his way, and now he's on the bridge coming towards them. And they try to go off quickly, but Abby's slower. So it takes them 6 minutes to get from here to here, and the bridge guy could do it really quick. So he could walk from here to there in like 2 minutes, and then all the way across in 6. So that's why, all the way completely together in about 6 minutes total from where he was way back there. So he could easily catch up, and it would almost catch up at exactly catching up right as Abby's coming off the bridge, and Libby's right there, and then you've got the girls talking to each other, and then he has them go down the hill, and we never hear from them or see him again, really, until later. So then that Sue girl, she walked all the way down this way and back, did not see the same guy wearing that outfit. And then she took off at 2:14, drove by this way, and saw the vehicle parked at the abandoned CPS building. All right, and then there was another person driving down the highway right here at 2:10 who saw the car parked at the abandoned CPS building. And then there was another vehicle that drove by coming in this direction at 2:28 who drove by there and also saw the car parked at the abandoned CPS building. Okay, then at 3:57, a car was driving this direction and then saw a person wearing the jeans, the jacket, and it was muddy and bloody, walking this direction down the highway. And Derek had been, he got here at 3:15. So this is 3:57. Derek got here at 3:15. The crazy part is at 3:15, he talks to somebody. They say, oh, I didn't see anybody. And that was the flannel shirt guy. So yeah, nobody saw another soul. Cheyenne was out there, even taking pictures on the bridge. They didn't see anybody. And the reason nobody saw anybody is because the killer was in the woods killing Abby and Libby, or with their bodies after already killing them. So Derek gets here at 3:15 right here, and he talks to them. So instead of going to the bridge, since they're not there, he goes down this direction. So he gets down there, and he probably makes his way back up here and gets here at 3:30. So Richard Allen's character isn't, he's still here at, down at probably at the crime scene at 3:30. He's over here. So then Derek walks this way, and then he gets back right here at 4. I mean, that is, what's incredible, everybody? I didn't really think about this, but Derek gets back here at 4 and starts calling people after walking to the Freedom Bridge and back looking for his girl. And look at that, 3:57, he's right there. And Derek's right here in his car. I mean, this is insane now that I really look at it. Derek is in his car in this parking area here. And Richard Allen is walking muddy and bloody. So what did he do? Cut across at that moment so he couldn't be seen? I mean, that's pretty amazing right there, isn't it? Yeah, Maria. Hey, why don't you go troll somewhere else, okay? Have a good one. I'm not interested in your thoughts. Let's see. I'm just don't worry about what Maria's saying. It's probably not even a real person. You know how that works. Just troll central. Let's see. These are people that come from the 6 or 7 absolutely idiotic, moronic Delphi YouTube channels. They cover nothing else. That's all they do. And they hate the Kelsey. They hate Becky. They hate Mike. And they come up with the most ludicrous theories that you've ever heard in your life. And that's who this person is right here. It's unreal. And I'm not going to tell you the names of the channel or anything like that, but they are embarrassments to mankind. Like literally just shameful people that I hope someday when they hear the truth, they'll believe the truth and realize how embarrassing they've been this whole time. I mean, you've got an idiot. Remember Slow Joe? I mean, what a dipshit that guy was. He used to do these videos where in the bedroom, where Becky's in the bedroom and he's talking to a reporter. She's talking to a reporter, and there's a book on the bed. So she nefariously slides the book off so she can pick it up and hand it to him and say, hey, did you see this? Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, she handed it to him. So why did it doesn't matter that she knocked the book off. It's such a stupid story. Okay, then you got these morons out here saying that the image of Abby on the bridge is fake, that it was photoshopped in. Somehow they took her off of another shot somewhere and just placed her on the bridge to trick up the actual killer. I mean, have you ever heard anything more lunatic-wise than this? I mean, it's just stupid. Right, Raven. I don't know what that has to do with what we were talking about, but yeah. And then there is a... then they think that the bridge guy, the actual, in the video where it's moving, that he was placed there. I mean, these people are... And it's not just the random lunatics now. It's one of these guys that says he was a detective. Looks kind of like Clint Eastwood, but I think he's lost his marbles. I mean, he is... Now he's saying, well, I talked to this one guy, and he's a Photoshop person, so yeah, he thought it didn't look right either. Sick. I don't really know how to address them, because I want to shout their names out and blast them into oblivion because it's easy, but I don't really want to even say names, because at that point people go, ooh, let me go look. You know how you guys are. There's a lot of people out there, they love sensationalism. They'll watch anything there is on a case. Yeah. And I tell you what, if I was one of those people with the skills that I have with videos and editing and the way I can see things and look at things, oh my God, I'd have 250,000 subs or something, because I could sell it, man. But I don't do that. Oh wait, but I did come up and I came up with the timeline, everybody. Oh yeah. Oh, they don't really, they get to me like anybody else would get to me. I'm not going to change anything that I'm doing. I'm just telling you, when you see this stuff, what's worse are all the comments of people that believe it. And so that's where you realize we got a society full of lemming, I don't even know what to say, man. They're not peers of mine, let's put it that way. I don't even know that one, Raven. You have to send me a link. Hey, good to see you here. I haven't seen you in like a million years. No, it's really frustrating when you work on something. I mean, I had the part wrong with that it was social media, which, that's what we were told. So next time I might be a little bit more leery of just accepting that angle. But other than that, I think we've put the case together pretty well all the time over the years. And my timeline is me. Guess what, everybody? I asked Becky, ooh, does that mean we were plotting and planning? No, it means that I was interviewing her, and I said, hey, so what time was that? And she goes, well, I looked at the phone. It looked like it was around 1:30 something when there was a phone call, but maybe the phone call was started on the drive there by Kelsey, and she was still talking to him at 1:46 and then drove by, because her car drives by. Or maybe they got there a little earlier and sat in the car and talked. And I mean, we don't really know whatever it is. It's now 1:49 actually when Kelsey's car drives by that camera, so that means that I was 10 minutes short the whole time. I mean, there's so much information in this case, and I just try to put it into a way that makes sense, easier to kind of digest, I guess, than trying to come up with conspiracy theories that, oh, everybody in the town, the mayor, the sheriff, everybody's partisan. Now, if there is this huge child pornography ring, we don't know who's in it, okay? we don't, so... could be that Ron Logan was part of the ring somehow. But there's no information that indicates that, right? But people are going after Ron Logan right now as if he's the bridge guy. And Ron Logan is 100% not the guy on the bridge. You can just tell by looking at the picture. If you have any sense of size, shape, and sort of perspective or anything like that, it's just obvious that that's not Ron Logan on the bridge. And now, based on the information that Richard Allen has given law enforcement and the witnesses out there, it is like a 1 in a million that isn't Richard Allen on that bridge. He said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. He said he was wearing blue jeans, a dark jacket, and a hat. I mean, What else do you guys want? He said he was there for 2 hours. Where did he go for the 2 hours? He said he was looking at fish. I bet nobody ever saw him again after Sue saw him. Hey, thank you so much, Lisa Wilkerson, who just took over the Super Freak. And look at that glamour shot, too, on the Super Freak.
Great show, great.
There, wait, let's... There she is, man. Look at that, man. The Super Freak. I don't think I can make it smaller. There you go. Anyways, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. Yeah, he said he was looking at fish. He did say that, Terry. He said one time he said he was doing stock symbols, looking at stock tickers, and then another time he said he was looking at fish. So he was looking at fish for that long of a time? Is that really what he died? Yeah. COVID sucks, you guys. I'll just be honest with you there. It's not good. You're an avid fish watcher? Are you a killer too, Revengeance? Yeah. You know what's weird is Richard Allen looked sort of normal in some of those hiking images. But man, later on when he was playing pool, I think what he did ate at him over the years. You know? And every day he's at work and there's these posters up, but he knows they don't look anything like him. Ding 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 ding. All right, I think that's gonna do it, you guys. I don't have much more to offer. Anybody have any thoughts? I can maybe answer questions if you have any thoughts that you wanna. It's not my COVID brain is it's just sort of momentarily, just random times, like not remembering the country of Palestine yesterday. But hey, look how it popped into my head today. Let's see. Well, hey, I'm glad you watched my show, Maddie Adams, or on Delphi, anyways. Tomorrow I'm going to play day 17 of the Arius trial on my other laptop over there. I do that in the early part of the day, on my time anyway, so usually start at like 10 o'clock in the morning and ends at like 1. There's supposed to be a verdict in the Daybell case, so probably keep that on, be watching that at the same time, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's possible that Kagan Klein might be at a trial. But don't you guys think that him pleading guilty and him getting a sentence and charges being dropped are all related to his cooperation, although it isn't going to be an official document? They don't want that. If you're in prison, you don't want to be looking like you were working with somebody. So I think Kagan Klein will get somewhere between like 5 and 10 years, maybe 15, but man, it must be tough for them to make a deal like that, because it's very possible that Kagan Klein is the sole reason that something happened to Abby and Libby, unless he was just catfishing people and then his father's the one who set up the situation that ended up happening. We don't know. That's just speculation. Richard Allen didn't. What do you mean Richard Allen didn't know about Libby's video? Oh yeah, on the phone. Yeah, nobody. Well, of course, because I've told you guys this 100 times. Is that Libby was holding the phone down low, and filming him sort of surreptitiously. It wasn't like she was holding it up high like she's doing a selfie. She was trying to clandestinely film him, holding it low, and then I think she ended up like tucking it into her sweatpants. You know, it was interesting listening to what's his name? Hold on a second. Holman on the last video that we were watching, because he said there's things that we wouldn't want the family to hear, but we heard him, you know, guys down the hill. I mean, who cares, right? So when was that part recorded? So it sounds like the phone might have been on a little bit longer than what we're hearing. I mean, the girls are talking about which way to go. Is he right behind me? Things like that. Are those things that public can't hear that would be distressing? Or is it something that he said? And if that's true, the 43 seconds seems to be a real thing because it was in the Ron Logan document. Like, that is how long the video is. So when is the audio that we don't want to hear? Is it just after that? Like, guys down the hill, and then maybe there's 5 more seconds of craziness? I don't know. All right, there it is. Thank you to Kami, Danielle, Georgina Stoliker, Eugenie, Caligal 3, Kubi, Tawny Lee, Susie Clue, Kathy Chapin, Amber Maiden, Amy Peterson, Cindy J, Tracy, Adniran, Snarky Cinderella, Tito, Annie Lader, Hair Down D, Danielle, Frazzled Cat, Doohickey, J.P. Williams, Scoutin' Dude, Annie Lader, Hair Down D, Frazzled Cat, Jim Lon, Ms. Swagger, Brown-Eyed Girl with a cat eye, then Bama Forever with a double cat eye with a challenge there, Mickey Duff, Danielle, Ozzy Trisha, Robert Richburg, Wendy Johnson, Danielle, Norm Scanlon, Renee H., Great Karn for You, Matthew Ludovico, E.I. Rule, Walker Homestead, 24 months, a member. Don't forget to become a channel member if you're out there and you're not a channel member. Matt Mosley, or if you guys want, I can give out 5 channel memberships tonight instead of the spin. Would you guys be into that? Here, let me do a question. Spin or memberships? There you go. There's your poll question. And then we also have Matt Mosley and Lisa Wilkerson right at the end there. Then also, it looks like let's see. So the Beau Mann Armchair Detective sent me a PayPal. Thank you very much. And Sybil, thank you. And then also Lillian. So thank you, Lillian. If you're still out there and you're not quite asleep yet, thank you very much. Okay, let's see. All right, awesome. So thank you guys very much for being here tonight. I hope you found it interesting. You can always go over and watch the full video without me interrupting every 5 minutes, but you know, I have stuff I want to say about it. That's how I want to do it. Okay, so you can the link's in the description on Fig Solve, so you can go watch it without me bugging, and it's lighter and more muted colors. So anyways, tomorrow, if you guys want to, I'm going to be playing day 17 of the Jodi Arias trial from back in 2013. She's on the stand, and today she painted Travis Alexander as a an abusing pedophile. I mean, it's the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard. I remember it from before, but just reading it and seeing it again, it's crazy. How? Oh yeah, the one scene that she has is she snuck over to his house somehow, and he was in his room playing with himself, and he was holding up some papers, and when she came in, they flew out of her hand, and one of them floated down like a leaf, landing face up, and it was a picture of a little kid. And then Nurmi said, well, why did you keep dating him after that? She goes, well, I thought he was maybe abused when he was a kid, and that's why he turned out that way, so I thought, give me a break. I mean, she's insane, man. It's the most ludicrous stuff you've ever heard. Right, Amber? What question are you asking, sweetest pie? There are multiple people reporting different things. Just a question on your thoughts on this. On what? I saw that comment, but what are you referring to? I can't read minds. That's one thing I can tell you, sweet as pie, I can't read minds. There we go. That's when you know in golf when somebody had a really bad putt, when that one fan in the background goes almost like, wow. I don't know what you're saying, sweetest pie. Type in a full sentence. Can somebody help me out? I do not know girl code well enough to break that one down. There are multiple people reporting different things. Just a question on your thoughts on this. What case and what are you referring to? I mean, on the Delphi case, there's many people reporting different things. Anybody out there that's saying Ron Logan is the bridge guy, all the idiots like Sweet as Pie just mentioned right there that are talking about fake images, they are all full of shit, okay? And I don't mean to swear, but that's the only word that I can come up with. They are absolutely nuts, and we don't put people's names in here. That guy is an absolute moron, okay? So, did anybody remove that one? I don't know if I can do it. I'm going to have to do something else. That's the only way I can do it. Whenever you see people saying that the images are doctored up and they're not real, they are not somebody you should ever watch again. They are not telling you the truth. They are fake as hell. Now, I'm telling you this because I've talked to people who've seen the video. So why would they doctor up a fake video and then have the family come in and watch those videos to try to detect what was said? Does anybody have an answer for that one? That's what they want you to believe, Gray. God, give me a break. Yeah. I mean, people don't use common sense and logic anymore. There's people watching right now that hate my guts, that believe those people. And I'm sorry that you hate me, but I'm right. Okay? Yeah. Okay, everybody. Thank you very much for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow. And we'll be doing another show in the evening. One of these days, though, soon, we'll do the Delphi case start to finish again. And maybe we'll have people call in and, talk about it as we're going through it. What do you think? Because it sounds like there's a lot of new people that aren't, and I didn't say nude, I said new people. I know my nose being a little bit plugged, I might have said that, but that's not what I meant. There's a lot of nude people who have, yeah, that don't know the case. And it's always good to go over it again just to kind of lock it in. Whenever we go over the Richard Allen warrant, it gets stronger and stronger, doesn't it? Because you just really look at it and you say to yourself, he admits to being there, the Susan lady sees him there, and then that Susan lady passes Abby and Libby on the same trail and they're heading right towards Richard Allen.
It's awesome. I would vote guilty just on that warrant because it's so strong to me. Well, good, Jelly Beans. But here's the thing, everybody. You all need to, when you don't agree, even though it helps them when you comment on how ludicrous it is. Don't allow them to just be like, oh, I don't want to agree. I don't want to get involved. Just let people know it's not true what they're saying. Gray, that's your opinion, okay? Gee. No, it's actually reality. It's not an opinion. It's true. Like I said a second ago, so let me see. They knew this was happening and posted a Snapchat image of Abby that was doctored up before it even happened. I mean, that's what's amazing about it, is somehow this image gets uploaded to Snapchat and it's before anybody was even abducted. How did they know? It's amazing. So they must have taken a picture of Abby at a park somewhere and then went out to the bridge and took a picture of her, then grabbed Libby's phone on the bridge and then uploaded it onto the phone and then posted that same picture to Snapchat. Those guys are incredible, man. It was almost like a CIA operation. And then the video with the bridge guy on it, they also knew that it was... so after the fact, they have a guy that they think is the killer. So they took a picture of him walking down the street and then placed him on the bridge along with video of the girls that were there by themselves on the bridge, and then spliced him in so that they could get the family in and ask what the girls were saying. Wow, that's incredible, everybody. Now she's a lunatic, two-tailed fox. That's who I'm. One of the people, but yeah, don't put their names out. She's an embarrassment. She had one hit wonder, all these videos on a case that somehow people watched and got all these subs, and she's just one of the worst. One of the worst people that there ever was. Never seen anything like it. Just conspiracy after conspiracy. So, oh, it does sound a little bit complicated, doesn't it? All right, everybody, thank you for being here tonight. We'll see you guys later, and see you tomorrow. All right. So thanks for watching. Thanks for helping getting to the goal. Not just helping, but you guys got to the goal tonight. Very cool. And looks like Lisa Wilkerson's going to end up being the super freak all the way into the morning onto the next show. You're going to have to take her off the screen if you want to. But if she shows up and she sends in something else, she can build up her hit points that you've taken away. Right. So again, thanks everybody. I appreciate it. Thanks Fig Solves. You can go over there and check out the full video of the documentary without me interrupting. And yeah, so I really appreciate letting me play that on there. And me and him have always gotten along, communicated over the years. You know, not all the time, but he sent me, you know, some stuff over the years that's been helpful, and you know, I think I am one of the people who have put together the case in a logical, reasonable way, and there's other people out there that are able to get information. So I think that's good. And then I try to get the information and put it in there. Huh? Who are you talking to? No, he didn't. Huh? Gray, I've watched you since Jody. I want you to know what I do. Okay, well, what do you do? Hey, Jilly Beans, you're you know, when people type stuff in like, Gray totally disregarded me. So what you're saying is that you think I saw what you wrote. I didn't see what you wrote, okay? I didn't see it. I only read about like 20% of the chat. I don't have time. I'm actually doing something. Huh? You miss what? What do you mean the appeal? You miss a lot of show being. Who are you talking to, Zozo? Here, let me see. Yeah, well, she didn't need to be gone. I just want to know what the hell she was talking about. I'm unhiding her. I just don't know what she was talking about. So anyways, Jilly Beans, what is it that you do? No, here's the thing. When you're a mod, you just watch the show. You don't need to sit there and micromanage anything. So what Zozo said is like, it's just your choice to do it that way. I never told you guys to. As a matter of fact, the other day I said this. If you're a moderator, I'm not opening the line, Jilly Beans. I'm not opening the lines. Just tell me in the chat what it is that you do, okay? If you're somebody that's going to call in and try to sell the garbage of it being a fake image and all that stuff, then you're definitely not calling this show. I don't know who Sweet as Pie is. Sorry, Jilly Beans. You got about 2 more seconds to get something out, and you really will be blocked again on here. But anyways, if you're a moderator, just enjoy the show like normal, and if you happen to see a crazy comment, go ahead and delete it. Okay, well, Jilly Beans, you're a lunatic, and they don't exist, all right? So good luck, all right? I don't agree. There are that. Look at, I don't agree with that. There are that are. Hey, everybody, we've learned some new language, everybody. There are that are. That's really interesting. What are there are? Well, there are that are. Can we get on with the show? Hey, Elizabeth DeWalt, the show's over. You must have got here late, okay? Another troll. Can we get on with the show, Gee? How about this? Why don't you hit the rewind button, Elizabeth? Because other than that, you sound like a whack job. We were already ending the show, okay? So hit the rewind button, get to the beginning of the show. Yeah, so anyways, if you're a moderator, just enjoy the show, and if you happen to see something, do something with it. You don't need to sit there and stare at the screen. Yeah, wherefore art thou? That's right, Aaron. That's right. What this case brings out some of the dumbest people on the planet. You know, and thank God we have the normal ones over here. The wackadoodles just show up at the end of shows or during shows to show their absolute ignorance. It's unbelievable. Did you hear what Gray said? Gee, he said we were all ignorant. What an ass. He must be a narcissist. No, what I am is somebody with a brain and just knows that the other stuff is absolute trash. Okay? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to go take your time to go up and read all the comments, though, Zozo, because you just said a minute ago, like, wow. So what I would do is when you show up, just jump right in and follow along with what's going on now. You don't need to scroll up and check out what's, you know, because you sound like it's stressing you out quite a bit. Oh, yeah, don't forget that like button, everybody. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hey, trolls, hit the like button, please. Even you trolls, please hit the like button. Please, troll, hit the like button. Come on, trolls. Thank you very much. Why don't you get on with the show, Gray? Oh, my God. Okay, goodbye, Jilly Beans. Where's the other one? All they said, Gray, was get on with the show. Oh, look at. This is the classic passive-aggressive person here. Listen to this. Can we get on with the show? And the show's been over. I've already thanked everybody. And then just below, after I respond to her, she says, wow. What did I do?
Well, how about you were as rude as hell, and if you could have just hit the rewind button, you'd see we've been on the air for 3 hours and 57 minutes. So you'll never be watching the show again. And what do you think of that? Well, you can watch it all you want. You just won't be commenting. This is what you get in the Delphi nights. Just a bunch of rude lunatics. They just show up. They don't know what they're talking about. Yes, the show's over. Hit the rewind button. You go back and watch it. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. We'll see you guys next time. And as I always say, until that next time, be safe out there. And Art, you are there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while.
There are there.
And
Where are there are there?
I have not seen one.
Are there are there are?
That is a crime dissector, flag rejector.
I'm a certified human lie detector.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. It's fake, crime sweet as pie. It's fake. Here's my nectar. Professor Greg is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Sweet as pie. Deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector
On his pector.
With all respect,
y'all.
Just remember I've a fucking check,
y'all.
I have no agenda. I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. I got to give away the memberships. Thanks for reminding me there. Hold on a second. Memberships. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, membership gifting. You guys gotta be get these people on track. I was gonna do it, and then you get the trolls coming in. But man, never seen somebody so antsy to get one. Pretty inexpensive. I think $1.99 is pretty affordable, don't you think? All right, here we go. She got it the first one. Look at that. Not That Nikki was the first one. Look at that. Unbelievable. Man. So let's see. It was Not That Nikki, Bob Weir's Leg. Probably some trolls in there. Let me check some of these out really quick. Let's see. That one is blank. Yeah, that one's older. How about this one? Yeah, you always got to... Ooh. That one was December 2022, man. I don't know. Doesn't that seem like that's not good? December 22? That's 4 months ago. Like GMA Nabi 7. That one's kind of new. This one's 2009. Let's see this one. Yeah, 2006. Man, hey, look at that Batley girl. You were probably one of the first people on YouTube. I think YouTube started around that time. Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, you did it though. Not That Nikki. It's pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, so thanks everybody. Oh, we'll play the rap one more time, okay? Please don't gray. How about the Halloween shot? Oh my God. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person. No, YouTube was huge before COVID. That is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Greg is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool reflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his spectre. With all respect, y'all. Just remember, you reject y'all. I have no agenda. I don't pretend. I'll serve it to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work.
Wow, that was like Old MacDonald had a farm or something.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Sure. Sure.
All right, everybody. You guys are... All right, see you guys later. Be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Gee. Ray, I can't believe people believe some of those YouTubers.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
But I want to talk about it some more, Gray.
It's okay, Mary Lou. There's a lot of crazy people in this world. A lot of crazy people.